Yo, what is up, guys? How is everybody doing? Welcome to Free Speech. Let me just you with my ears hearing what I'm saying 5 seconds after I'm saying it. Psyched for all 1,000+ of you that are in here early. Psyched that I'm already seeing your comments coming in. Psyched that the YouTube stream is live. Not totally psyched that this week our internet feels a little questionable, so we'll see what happens. Dealt with some internet issues this week, climbed up on the roof, duct taped some shit together. You know how it does. But the skies are clear out here in Japan where we're living, and it's gonna be a good night. Tonight's stream is gonna be quite different than the last couple weeks. Um, We're not reading top secret CIA documents or FBI files or anything this week. We are basically doing a speed run of all of my notes from kind of since the start of this whole project. We're approaching my 1 year anniversary on the internet. Before then, I had never even been on a computer. It's April now, March, April, May. I think May 5th is the 1 year anniversary of Cancel This Clothing Company. So we'll throw a party. And today we're going to basically run through the spark notes of everything I have learned. And y'all have learned with me. So a lot of you already knew a lot of it regarding corporate control of our lives. Thanks, Luvis. I appreciate the happy 1 year. It's been a pretty good year. Been a wild ride, that's for sure. Party definitely on the way. Some announcements. I look rejuvenated. Thank you. I just got out of the shower. Figured I'd clean up for you guys. I was actually wearing a button-up shirt earlier, but I decided to mellow it out and keep it a little more mellow than that. We don't got to get too fancy. We'll bust out the button-up and the bow tie for the 1 year party. Waiting for a deep dive on the Jesuits. Yep. I've been doing deep dives on a lot of the religious stuff, a lot of the sort of like deeper conspiracy theories in the background of a lot of what I do. No guarantees that I'll actually go there on my main channels and everything like that. We'll see. But I try to learn all facets of what's going on. I maybe devote more attention to things that are more concrete, but I think a lot of people make the mistake of either being too skeptical and not even looking into things that they think are unlikely or ridiculous, and thereby limiting their intake and their knowledge, or being not skeptical enough and just running with everything that sounds fun and conspiratorial and not questioning things enough and not checking their sources, etc. So I try to walk the line. Some announcements. I'm actually flying to do the Tim Pool podcast next week, which should be cool. So keep your eyes tuned for a Tim Pool episode. I'm starting to jump on the podcasting world. I have a podcast that I already recorded with Amala on YouTube. I don't know if anyone follows Amala's YouTube channel. I forget what her actual YouTube name is. She's really cool. She got a great big channel. Does a lot of similar stuff to me. Amala Ekpunobi. Hopefully, I didn't say her name wrong. I think that's airing this week. Check that out. That'll be cool. We talked about a lot of what we're talking about tonight on that podcast. Shout out to Templar TV. Did a podcast with Templar TV last week. That was a ton of fun. If any of you caught that, subscribe to Templar. Big shout outs to you. Templar's the man. International flight. Yeah, I have to fly from Japan to the Tim Pool podcast. Hopefully not on a Boeing plane. But next week or maybe the week after that, I'm planning to relocate to British Columbia, so I'll be a little closer for the next podcast. I know, don't worry. I know that Timcast is Mossad. Don't worry. I know that we live in a controlled media space. Keep your friends close, keep your enemies closer. We're playing chess out here. We're playing chess. Thanks for the info I give out. Thanks for the attention you all give. If we don't all pay attention to this stuff and care about this stuff, nothing happens. So it's a big team effort. I'm just the one that has the time to fiddle with the Google long enough to figure this shit out. Yeah, I know these things, brother. I'm the kind of guy that'll interact with everyone and let those interactions speak for themselves. I'm strongly opposed to the narrative that if you interact with someone, you're endorsing them, or that if you interact with someone, you're agreeing with them implicitly. Is like, obviously that's not true, but it also it's just kind of a limited way to look at all the online interactions that people have. In many ways, it's like just as valuable or more valuable to interact with opposing viewpoints and other sides. Like today, I ratioed Don Lemon in I think 6 minutes on Twitter, and that was glorious. If you're not on Twitter, you should get on Twitter just so you can watch all of us ratio APAC and Don Lemon horrendously. It's really entertaining. It's one of my favorite things in the world. So those are our announcements for now. He does have a large audience I can speak truth to, and a lot of cool people on his show. I don't know any of them personally yet, but the people that I met that connected me to it seem really cool. And I'm a skateboarder from way back, so I got a soft spot in my heart for Tim being an old skateboarder. Don Lemon is a bitch. You are correct. I think that Don Lemon is pretty obviously a corporate op where they tried to insert him into the new media intentionally, and they purposefully tried to engineer a really low production quality to make him be like, hey guys, I'm one of you cool. The meme where he's like walking around. Why do I have a thumbs up button all of a sudden? Did someone give me a thumbs up button? I didn't know you guys could do. How did that happen? I wonder if that happened on the stream. Suddenly there was thumbs up on my screen. But yeah, anyways, I think that Don Lemon is a plant, and they're trying to make it look like he's going independent, and he's clearly not. And his shillery is on full display. And meanwhile, I've talked about Chris Cuomo a little bit. Some of you might have heard. Obviously, Chris Cuomo has a pretty horrendous past of reporting. But he is in a really interesting place right now where he hit rock bottom after he got fired, and he was a total bitch about it. And now he's sort of like on this reinvention scheme that seems pretty genuine from where I'm looking at it. Obviously, you always just keep skepticism in mind for everything. But what he's doing now with his show and the podcast he's going on is he's speaking really forwardly, with a really open mind from a far more centered space. That's really like, if you think about like the leftist audience that previously watched Chris Cuomo, and the way that they must be interpreting what he's saying now publicly online and such, like starting to question the COVID narratives and starting to question the corporate narratives, starting to admit that big media is just all controlled narratives, starting to question war and like international aid spending and stuff. Like, it's pretty cool to watch. It feels very like Tucker from the left. And obviously both of those guys have a lot of like viewpoints that I don't share, but from a base standpoint, I'm a huge proponent of mainstream media personalities stepping away from the mainstream and into the center, usually because they've been a little too free with their speech. They got out of line, they get booted, and then that just backfires real hard because the platforms are way bigger out here in the middle, in the free media, in the internet. And like Fox did not realize the gift they were giving to Tucker when they kicked him out. And I suspect that Cuomo is moving towards a similar position, albeit much more slowly. So yeah, fuck Don Lemon. That's the moral of that story. As is tradition, we got another 15 minutes or so before we start the official show. But I like this tradition of hanging out early with the early homies for a little while and giving you a little sneak preview. While we get the numbers up and get everyone in here and everyone pops their popcorn. Um, I was about to actually have chicken and a waffle for dinner before this, but I ran out of time. So I'm going to have a celebratory chicken and a waffle after this stream because, oh boy, if there's one thing I would sell my soul for, it's chicken and a waffle. I'm just going to say that right now, guys. If the Illuminati came to me and was like, yo, we need you to shill for us and promote Israel and we'll give you chicken and a waffle, I would be like, yeah, that's fair. I'll do that. I'm just saying, Illuminati, if you're listening, that's my price. Chicken and a waffle, please. Although it's a steep bargain because now the grocery store right down the street sells chicken and a waffle for like $6. So I'm about to get real fat this summer, and the Illuminati, maybe better luck next time. You're gonna have to come with a better offer than chicken and a waffle. So here's a preview of what we're doing tonight. Let me share some of this. Oh man, I should also demo you this new screen that I got. I've got a new screen, and in a former life, I was an artist. I mean, as you can see, right? That's my art. And my new screen is a drawing tablet. And so we won't do this on today's stream, but I might demo it just for fun here for a second because we can. So if I pull up this shared screen and I make it maximized, so like in the future, if we want to get spicy, we can draw like straight on the screen, like, which is dope. Imagine like having like diagrams we can draw straight onto, like FBI reports we can take notes straight onto. It's going to be great. I'm pretty excited about it. And it just makes my life, like making these makes that a lot easier for me too. So I'm just really psyched to have the technology finally working in our favor. All right, deleting Don Lemon is a bitch. We all know. That's right, High Priestess. We hear you. We see you. We're here for you. We're all on one big team together. So let's do a little preview of what we're going to talk about tonight, because y'all are early and you deserve a cookie. So here is what I call the master pivot table, the follow the money master sheet. It's a little small for you right now, but don't worry, I'll blow it up. Oh, I would love to go on Jimmy Dore, Johnny. Jimmy is a legend. I intend to go on Jimmy Dore at some point. He's fucking inspirational, hilarious, super perceptive dude. So we're going to spend a little bit of time today with this chart that I'm going to zoom in on for you. I built this chart by scraping data from the web about the 100 biggest companies in the S&P 500. So you could call it like the S&P 100. And if you're not familiar with the stock market, the S&P 500 is just an index of the 500 biggest companies. It's actually the 502 biggest companies in the stock market. And those are companies like Apple, Home Depot, et cetera, right? What I did is I've been very curious ever since the start of this in who owns all those companies and who owns the owners of all those companies, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yo, what up, James Joyce? Good to see you, bro. And so the raw data I scraped into this table with all the companies in the stock market, the top 100 of them. And it's got in each one, let me blow this up for you. We'll get into this more later once we're officially streaming. But each one you can see here has, and it's structured in a way that's kind of repetitive, so that way the data scraping can turn into pivot tables, so that I can analyze the information. But you've got the company, you've got the top 25 holders of that company. So Abbott Labs' top holder is Vanguard Group right there. Then Capital Research and Management, then State Street, BlackRock. It's got the number of shares they hold, how much their position is worth, and the stock price. So I can calculate over here. This column is the total value of each position that these guys are holding. And the problem is when I'm scraping this data live from the web, you can see right here, it says loading. That is an error because I'm actually using the Google Sheets programming language to pull this data live from other websites so that I get live prices, live updates. So if like one company sells all their shares, it would theoretically update in here. But the problem is that then it scrapes in all weird. So what I did is last year, when I needed this to be more usable all the time on the go, I copied out the top 100 into a separate chart that no longer is live scraping. This is just a set data set from like one day in November of last year or something like that. And then I made a pivot table that summarizes it all for us. And the long and the short of it is that it'll show us who has the biggest positions in the stock market. It'll show us how much money those positions are worth. It'll show us what percentage of the stock market overall these companies own, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it's pretty fucking wild just how much of the market Vanguard, BlackRock, and State Street own. So that's one direction that we'll go tonight. We'll go in lots more directions than just that, but that's kind of a fun proprietary piece of data that I've put together for us that I've been dying to share for a long time, but it's hard to share that kind of stuff. Welcome to everyone who's just coming in. Don't worry, you're still early. We've not started. I'm just previewing stuff. I'm just shooting the shit, talking shit about Don Lemon with my homies. What is up, my fellow truth seekers and information addicts? You sound like a shill, Kyle. The proper terminology is what's up, bitches. Did BlackRock really file bankruptcy? No, negative. I've heard nothing of the sort, and I can't imagine that. Tinfoil hat on. Affirmative. Actually, tonight will be a surprisingly low need for tinfoil. Tonight is going to be all entirely public information that you can get with a single Google search really easily. Tonight is just going to be drawing a bunch of correlations between all the publicly available information that's out there about all these corporations and their board members, etc. That's just scattered across the internet that no one ever really follows along the trail to see how all the threads connect. And speaking of threads connecting, here's our master sheet for the night that we're going to spend a lot of time on. It's such a big sheet of notes that it actually runs really slowly when I zoom out and show you the whole thing. But we'll start here tonight at the BlackRock Board of Directors. What I've done is I do it all visually, right? So all these photos are the members of the board of directors of BlackRock currently. Then I'll visit their bios on the BlackRock website, read through their bios, and pull out any relevant information. Sometimes then you go and follow those links you search for more information, because some websites don't give you all the information in their bios. Sometimes they try to hide spicy details. And then you draw connections from that and start connecting them to other companies. One of my favorite ones that we'll start on first is on the board of BlackRock. Aside from the CEO of Saudi Aramco, which is a big connection, aside from Mr. Hans Vestberg, which leads us over to Ericsson and the Wallenberg family, which you might need your tinfoil hat if we go over there. aside from this whole sector of Magic Leap and Zodis and the Clinton Foundation connections over here and the CIA dude right here, aside from all of them, um, one of my favorite connections here is Fabrizio Freda, who is on the board of BlackRock. If you are familiar with the fashion industry, you might know that Fabrizio Freda is the CEO of Estee Lauder. And if you don't know who Estee Lauder is, they're one of the biggest names in fashion, and they're one of the wealthiest families in the world. And their heritage is what you would expect. And when you trail Fabrizio Freda over to Estee Lauder and then you map out their board of directors, you wind up over here. And on different boards, I went into different levels of depth. Some of them I went into like all their connections and all their different companies. Some of them are worthless humans that don't have any interesting connections, like Barry over here. Not much to say. He's just, he just manages some resorts and hotels. There's probably more I could have dug into, but I don't have infinite time in this world. So I try to focus on the people that are the most interesting. And in this consortium, the Lauder family is one of the wealthiest families in the world. They've got all their peeps up on the board here. Connections to the deep state, like the Aspen Institute, like NATO, the Wharton University of Pennsylvania. All things that we'll probably tangent onto tonight a little bit. That's where we kind of might need some tinfoil. A little bit of trust me, bro. I'll do some showing of why I say deep state when I say those things. I'm not just saying that out of nowhere. I'm not just like making that shit up. Those are themes that come up over and over and over again that I have reason to believe what I'm saying on those. But the really interesting one is that on the board of Estee Lauder is Lynn Forrester de Rothschild, directly tying the Rothschild banking empire to the Lauder family, to BlackRock, because it would be pretty sus if you put a Rothschild on the board of BlackRock. You can just imagine what the internet would say. I would certainly have some things to say. But, if you just put Fabrizio over on the board of BlackRock, then Lynn Forrester to Rothschild is just a phone call away, really, right? And so those are the kinds of connections that we're going to start looking through tonight of how, like, well, if this dude knows this dude and this dude knows this dude, these guys all work together. And then this guy works with these guys. And then that guy works with this chick. And this chick is all over the place. Direct connections to the Bronfmans, which if you know about your Epstein history, you know about the Bronfmans. This guy also is connected to the Bronfmans. The Rothschilds are connected to De Beers Jewelers, the world's largest diamond company. Israel's largest export is diamonds. We're not going to talk too much about Israel tonight, but it does come up every now and then, kind of like all the time, all over the place. Linda Rothschild is also on the Council of Foreign Relations and the Chatham House. Both, we'll talk a fair bit tonight tangentially about like globalist organizations and think tanks, which is a really critical sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? Like side category of corporation or of like corporate control vectors. It's a way for corporations to influence policy through advisors that are paid, in various ways to influence the policies that governments are making, because governments need advisors that are usually in think tanks like the Council on Foreign Relations, like the Atlantic Council, like the Aspen Institute. Then we've also got General Dynamics, one of the defense contractors. So you know how that be. So we've got all kinds of companies. Let me real quick zoom out on this whole card so you can see the scope of what we're talking about here. I can only zoom out so far, and it takes a while to load because it's all these little images. But here I'll go even more mini so you can see all. I haven't mapped the whole market yet. I've just started at BlackRock and then pinged off to the most relevant companies and then added the next most relevant companies. And at a certain point, I was like, okay, HSBC here is linking to a lot of people. It's time to go to HSBC. And then I went and did the board of HSBC. That linked me up to Bank of America and Citi and Chevron. And so it's just, this whole chart is just growing over time. And it's at this point, it's so big that it's actually like runs really slow on my brand new computer when I'm all the way zoomed out like this. So we're going to do our best not to zoom out too hard on it and break its brain tonight. It's still loading my Zoom that I just did. But we'll be pinging around in this chart plenty tonight because there's all kinds of fun, juicy details in here. Welcome to everyone rolling in. We're about to get started. 10,000 of you here on time. It's about to be 6 o'clock. If you're just pulling in, you've missed the low-key intro where I previewed all the secrets and gave out the secret codes to free money. You'll have to tune in next week early to get your Bitcoin. I don't expect tonight's live stream to be 4 hours plus like last week. Who knows? Maybe we'll get crazy with it. But it is now just about time to get started. So thanks to everybody that showed up already. Welcome to everyone new that's just rolling in. My name is Ian. This is Free Speech Fridays. And it's about time to roll our fancy ass intro that keeps on giving away my YouTube money because I have a song in it, but it's just too good not to roll it. So let's get this show on the road, baby.
American conspiracy theories are dangerous.
Information is the oxygen of a democracy.
With Republicans, with progressives, with libertarians, because this is not about right and left, this is about right and wrong.
It's so sick that we can't talk about it.
It actually lifted up, and it could actually turn.
I'm gonna ask you to look away.
Legend has it that Christian Rosenkreuz drew his secret knowledge from the wisdom of the ancient Egyptians.
They estimated 100 yards from the left wing was this 100-foot disc.
You begin to get into this very scary scenario that has to do with the human condition of the proclivity to accumulate vast amounts of power around a handful of people. And right now, these misanthropic sociopaths are running the planet into the ground.
Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds.
There's so much evidence out there that even if less than 1% is true, that would be enough to collapse the current paradigm and change the whole planet. Our security is at stake.
Just a quick disclaimer. Don't sue me, YouTube. Don't take our stream down. We're just having a good time, exercising our First Amendment rights. Y'all can fuck right off. Cool. Welcome to Free Speech Fridays, friends. If you're in the chats, I see your chats. I see YouTube, I see X, and I see Rumble from time to time. Yeah, I see Rumble. Let me make sure Locals is even streaming. Locals is going. If you're on Locals, just be aware that Locals, we need, I think, like 30 more local supporters for me to upgrade to the next tier and get 3 hours per stream instead of 2 hours per stream. So if we hit 2 hours in an hour and a half here, y'all are getting cut off. Blame Dave Rubin. Not my idea. If that happens, come and join us on Rumble. Come and join us on X and YouTube. I appreciate all of you, especially those of you that are paying little bits of money to help me buy coffees and chicken for my dog and stuff like that. So now the topic of the night, BlackRock, MEGA-CORP, and the whole corrupt motherfucking system. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to bring up our screen one more time here. And now, I know I showed you a bunch of fancy things in the intro, but surprise, bitches, I'm going to show you something totally different now. Here's where we're going to start. We're going to start on Yahoo. We'll start on Google. Okay. So, some of you are going to know a lot of the intro stuff here, a lot of the setup, but it's important setup. It's important context to build this picture one piece at a time, because a lot of people have poor understanding of how stocks work, how shares work, thereby have a poor understanding of why certain things matter when we're talking about corporations, when we're talking about BlackRock owning a lot of shares of something. Like, it all is connected. So we're going to speed run a lot of the dynamics of how the stock market is controlled and who controls it, just to make sure we're all on the same page, so that y'all don't think you need a tinfoil hat when we're reading publicly available information that clearly tells us something about the market that the mainstream narrative would love for you to not notice about the market. So here's topic number one. Shareholder voting rights. Let me zoom in for you guys here. Get this baby real big. Maybe zoom over. Okay. When you buy shares in a company, each share represents a vote in that company, right? Capitalism is inherently democratic. It's just that you buy your votes with money. That's fundamental to how all of this works, and it's fundamental to why it matters that BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, and the other management groups own so much of the market. Because when we're talking about them having too much control and power and owning everything, it's actually not the money that is the most concerning to me. Like, obviously they are very wealthy. Like, obviously they have a lot of money, but it's important, like, if you want to be taken seriously out here in the real world, you need to be careful that you're actually making claims that make sense, right? And the standard claim is that, like, BlackRock owns $10 trillion, and so they own everything. But it's like, that's not actually true. BlackRock is an asset manager, and they manage our retirement money. And so most of BlackRock's $10 trillion is not actually BlackRock's money. They're just managing it for all of our retirement accounts, pension funds, and other companies and businesses, et cetera, right? And so it's a great clickbaity title, and it's a great, like, conspiracy theory, but it's immediately dismissed by economists, by people that know what they're talking about. And you don't need to go there in order to talk about why they are actually a problem. And so today we're going to unpack why that's actually a problem, and the finer points of what's really going on there. And we're going to do it using all very publicly available information. This is not some crazy conspiracy theory or anything. This is very basic. And it starts with shareholder voting rights. And so when you own shares, you get voting rights. If you buy 1,000 shares of GameStop, you get 1,000 shares of voting power in GameStop. Obviously, I don't know why you would buy any other stock other than GameStop. So obviously you have some GameStop stock, and you're voting in the GameStop's corporate governance elections. What do shareholder voting rights do, right? Hopefully that's big enough for you. Oh, I'm zooming in on the wrong window there. I got to zoom in on this one. So, shareholder voting rights don't vote on everything. It's not like you're voting on the budgets of the company. You're not voting on the policies the company's going to enact, but you are voting for major corporate actions, like huge direction changes or changes to, like, their ethos or their larger mission. And the most important one is electing board of directors. Okay. Because the board of directors are the big bosses. They're the ones that are managing the bigger picture of the business, and they're the ones that are hiring the CEO, the executives, like the chief financial officer, the chief compliance officers, like everyone that manages the actual company on the day-to-day. Their boss is the board of directors, right? And so but in reality, BlackRock and all the banks elect the board of directors. The board of directors selects the executives, and the executives run the corporation, right? And we're going to get into some examples here in a minute of why that matters and why that's ruining our fucking world. But I just want to be really clear about this, right? You can look up the board of directors on Investopedia, just Google it. You can learn what they do. They are the big honchos that manage everything above the company, like mergers and acquisitions, like big investments, like hiring of executives, etc. Right? Everything we just talked about. Okay. BlackRock is famous because BlackRock has $10 trillion of assets, right? BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street collectively are called the big three because they are the biggest three asset managers by a long shot. And what they do mostly is we invest in our retirement accounts, our IRAs, our pensions, etc. And then those pools of money get invested with companies like BlackRock so that they can invest them safely in the stock market across a wide portfolio of investments that will give our retirement money returns over time. So that's like the whole point of a retirement account, is that you put money in every month, every year, whatever, and that retirement money sits in an account that's being invested, that's being grown in a safe and steady way, so that when you do retire, your money has grown itself into a nice big nest egg, right? Wrong, bitches. We'll get to wrong in a second, but I just want to quickly bring up this is a really critical point, just to make it clear how big of a problem we're talking about here. As of December 31st, 2023, the total U.S. retirement assets was $38.4 trillion. So that is every American citizen's retirement account all combined. And that's including the really wealthy people too. That's including all the 1%ers, all the 0.01%ers. Like realistically, us common folk, us peasants' retirement money is not quite all of that. But you get the picture. We're talking a way bigger pool of money than any of these corporations, like the biggest pool of money out there. Like that money, we could buy BlackRock many times over with all of our retirement money. Okay. And that retirement money is being managed by companies like BlackRock and Vanguard and State Street and Fidelity and JP Morgan and Capital Management Group, et cetera. So they don't make money by investing our money and making money off of like the investment, making our money go up. They make money off of fees and off of like brokerage. Like they charge us little tiny percentages of those gains for the transactions that they're facilitating. So BlackRock doesn't make money because you invest with them. They make money because every transaction that you invest with them has a fee, kind of like an ATM fee. They make money in lots of other ways too, but that's sort of like it's important to realize that it's not like they own the whole pile of $10 trillion of assets, but they do own the voting rights of all $10 trillion worth of those assets, almost all. In some cases, we can vote the shares that are in those accounts, but in most cases, that's not true. And you can simply Google this stuff. It's not hard to find. ETFs, exchange traded funds, that's what BlackRock is most famous for. SPY, SPY is the like most famous and obvious exchange traded fund. That's just a fund where you buy a share of that fund and the fund owns shares of like the whole market. In the case of SPY, they own shares that represent the whole S&P 500. And so when you buy a share of SPY, the ETF, you hold a little bit of their fund, which goes up and down with the market, right? It's a good way to have a safe investment that you can buy just little by little by little, and it will not tank if your one stock tanks. It'll track the market. But if you own shares of an ETF, ETF shares are owned by investors and ETF own underlying securities. However, that means the ETF provider wields the voting power. Okay. So all the money that regular people have invested with BlackRock, BlackRock is voting those shares how they see fit. Okay. Critical piece of information there. The same is true for mutual funds. It's on the side. It's off the edge of my screen here that I'm too zoomed in for you guys. But the mutual fund owner or manager votes mutual fund shares. The same is also true for index funds. So all of this money that the debunk of the BlackRock conspiracy theory is always, but it's your money. BlackRock is just managing it. And by managing it, they're managing your voting power. And that's the point. I honestly kind of suspect that that's actually the point. Like, yeah, they're getting rich and all. Like, yeah, they have a lot of power, but most of that power comes from those voting rights, right? Common debunk article from CNBC. Asset managers don't actually control major U.S. corporations. You are all just tinfoil hat motherfuckers. But then when you start to like learn about it and dig into it, you might come across this thing called the Index Act, which was a bill introduced to Congress a couple years ago. It looks like this, S4241. And what this bill was, it's just sitting there idle. They introduced it, they read it, and then it never got voted on. It never went anywhere because fuck Congress. But what this bill was, is it was proposing limitations on investment managers like BlackRock, saying, yo, Larry, you cannot vote all those shares unless you explicitly get instructions from the shareholders that you represent how they want those shares voted. And if you're going to vote without their permission, you have to vote your shares in the same direction as the majority of your voters asked you to. So like if we all voted to not give the CEO of Boeing a raise because his planes are falling apart in the middle of the fucking sky, BlackRock is not allowed under this bill to then vote all the absentee shares, like the 96% of the shares that we didn't tell them how we wanted voted. They can't go and vote them all. Yeah, give him $30 million pay raise because fuck it. We elected him in the first place and we like him and we want him to owe us. That would not be allowed anymore if this bill were to get voted on and passed. So there is knowledge in Congress. There is understanding out there in the bigger world of people that know what's going on here that this is an issue. The problem is the people that benefit from it have a lot more power than the people that are trying to do something about it. And we're about to talk about why that is and how this self-perpetuating cycle in the area of politics, in the area of corporate finance and corporations, corporate governance, in the area of basically every facet of our lives, it's all revolving doors of influence and favors. And the voting power that shares hold to elect all of these swampy board members into the corporate club, that's the voting power that lets them into the club. That's the voting power that makes them beholden to the people that put them in the club. And that's the voting power that can get them kicked out of the club if they don't stay in line, right? So, speaking of the club, let's talk about the club. If you've never looked up a company and the ownership of a company before, there's a million websites that'll show you this kind of stuff. Yahoo Finance is just, an obvious one. But if you go to Yahoo Finance, you'll see a web page like this. And over here, you'll see a tab called holders. Often it'll be called institutional holders or institutional ownership. So if you want to know who owns Boeing, you would type in Boeing institutional ownership, and that would usually find you various websites showing you the top institutional holders of Boeing stock. And what that would show you is that Vanguard, BlackRock, and State Street are the top three holders. And they hold, I wonder if I can highlight just these. They hold 12%, 8%, and 6%, right? Doesn't sound like a lot, but if you're the biggest holder, you have the biggest say, right? So Vanguard has the most shares, and yeah, they hold them on behalf of us, but they vote them, right? And so when Clorox, this is the Clorox company. Why did I pick Clorox? I picked Clorox because Clorox owns Hidden Valley Ranch. They make your Hidden Valley Ranch. They also make your Burt's Bees chapstick. Clorox, the bleach company, if you didn't know. So when Clorox is voting on whether or not they want to hire a different CEO, and that CEO's previous business experience is at Pfizer, and he's all about making these deals to turn your Burt's Bees into actually Burt's Poisons that's going to give you cancer so that Pfizer can give you cancer treatment. Vanguard has the biggest vote, and then BlackRock the second, and State Street the third. And collectively, what is that? That's 26. That's more than a quarter of the voting power just among those three guys. Not to mention that all of their buddies are all of these guys. They're all homies. And so they largely control the ability to hire Pfizer man. And I'm just making this up, but like if Pfizer boy wants to come and be the CEO of Clorox and make Clorox into chemical company, which it already is, so that your Burt's Bees turns into your Burt's killing you, they have the power to do that, right? Because the idea of shareholding in the first place, well, no, let's be real. The idea of shareholding was to get everyone's money to go off and cross the oceans in giant ships with the East India Trading Company and like be a private military corporation and take over the world as a corporation. That was the real idea. But like the selling point was like, we're going to let everyone have a piece of this company and everyone can benefit from it and everyone's a part of it and together we'll all govern it. And it's like a democratic version of capitalism and it's going to be great, guys. But in reality, what that turns into all too often is the people with the most money and the most power are the ones that hold the most voting power. Thereby, they continuously stack the deck full of their friends to stack the deck more, full of more of their friends. And the whole club just gets clubbier and clubbier and clubbier. So we're building the pieces that will get us to my notes. And I need you to understand how my notes got formulated. So if you're new and you don't know the stock market, or if like, hopefully if you know what I'm talking about already, you're just sipping your beer and chilling, because we're about to get to the newer, spicier stuff. I don't really need to show you all of these companies like Home Depot, same story, Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street, Verizon, same story, Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street, Pfizer, Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street, Zotis, Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street. You might notice that Vanguard has more in all of these instances. Vanguard is technically bigger. BlackRock has more assets, but in the stock market itself, Vanguard has more of their assets directly in the stock market. So they actually hold more. They're more often the top holder. What's this? Johnson & Johnson. We'll talk about them later. Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street. While we're here, I'll just zoom in because we're going to meet all these other players too. Hopefully you guys can read this. So below Vanguard, BlackRock, and State Street, these names are going to come back a lot here. Geode Capital Management is a spinoff from Fidelity, which is one of the biggest investment companies in the world, which like if you open a stock brokerage account to invest in the stock market, you might open a Fidelity account. Geode was a spinoff of Fidelity so that they could hold positions against themselves without breaking the law, more or less. I mean, I'm simplifying, but Morgan Stanley, the bank, State Farm, the insurance company, JP Morgan Chase, Northern Trust is a bank and investment company, Capital International Investors, we'll meet, they're all over the place. Norges is a bank. IBM, we'll talk about them on the sheet. Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street, Geode, Bank of America, Morgan Stanley, etc. JP Morgan. So then you get to thinking, you're like, okay, so if all the normal companies are owned by all these financial institutions and these banks, then who owns all the financial institutions and the banks? And obviously the answer is financial institutions and the banks own the financial institutions and the banks. And they just have a giant clusterfuck of circular ownership at the top, which is totally not illegal. It's totally fine. Don't worry about it. So JP Morgan Chase, top holders, Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street, Morgan Stanley, Geode, FMR is Fidelity Management and Research. So that's Fidelity. Bank of America, Capital International Investors, Wellington, Norges. But then like, okay, Vanguard is different. It's a very complicated rabbit hole to look into who owns Vanguard. We'll do that another time. Just safe to say, Vanguard is also owned by all the other financial institutions. They just have this like sneaky way of being like a cooperative kind of an ownership structure where like the funds own them, just so that they can make it more obscure to figure out that they're owned by all the same people. But like, for example, if we wanted to know about BlackRock, I could just go up here and change this to, I'm pretty sure that BlackRock is BLK, hopefully. BlackRock, I got it. I've looked them up enough times. Top ownership, Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street, Temasek, Bank of America, Capital Research, Morgan Stanley, Citigroup, another huge bank, Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street, Berkshire Hathaway, Geode, Morgan Stanley, etc. So it's the same story for all of them. Bank of America, actually Warren Buffett owns the most of that, but then it's Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street, Fidelity, etc. And Goldman Sachs, same story. Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street, Geode, Capital, World Management, Morgan Stanley, etc. So that is the lay of the land, the setup for you to understand the chart I'm about to show you. If you're just coming in here, You're a little late, but don't worry. I'm sure you know what's going on, and I'm sure that you haven't missed anything. We're about to get to the spicy notes. Oh, I've had my chat put away, so I can't see all of your spicy comments. And don't worry, we'll get to the fact that stocks aren't real later, too. All right, let's go, baby. Let's go. So I'm going to close out all of these Yahoo Finance tabs. You guys get the picture. And now let's get to the notes. Let's get to the spreadsheet I was teasing you about earlier. So now that you've seen that ownership, let me explain how I made this chart and why it matters. This chart, these are my own notes in a Google Sheet that is me logging the information about the top 100 companies in the stock market and adding up all of the ownership charts, just like what we were just looking at, the top ownership, Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street, JP Morgan, et cetera. Those numbers from all of the top 100 companies, when you put it all into one chart, who owns the most and how much do they own? That's what this chart in front of you is. Okay. And a lot of it is pretty self-explanatory. Like the sum of position value, Vanguard in total, in just the top 100 companies in the stock market, Vanguard has $2.3 trillion worth of stocks. BlackRock has $1.9 trillion worth of stocks. Fun fact, BlackRock owns State Street outright. State Street is a subsidiary of BlackRock. So honestly, State Street and BlackRock, you can basically just combine those two categories, which is, fun. Then their value simplified into billions, so it's an easier number to read. 1,000 billion is a trillion, so that's 1.9 trillion for BlackRock in the second column there. The points I'm going to explain in a second because it's a really interesting metric that I designed myself to make it. I'll explain why it was needed and why I did it in a minute when I show you how I did it. But points give us a whole other metric. So my own self-designed point scheme. And then percent of S&P 500. Let me make it bigger again for you. This is just very straightforward and it's fucking astounding. So the percent of S&P 500 by the dollar value of your position. So Vanguard owns 18.25% of the top 100 companies outright. Like if you just take the total dollar value of all the top 100 companies in the stock market, Vanguard owns 18.25% of that money. BlackRock owns 15%. State Street owns 8.87%. And when you add that up, just the big three combined own 42.2% of the whole thing, the whole pie. And that means they own 42% of the voting rights outright, right? Do you see why I was making a big deal of talking about voting rights first? Because it's one thing to say that they're really rich, but they're managing other people's money, but they're managing their voting rights. And so already, on average, you just go out into the stock market and throw a dart at any of the top 100 companies, and on average, those big three will own 42% of the voting rights of those big three, more or less. Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's a little rough, but it's huge. It's massive. It's a big deal. When you expand that to the top 25 biggest companies, that would be Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street, and then that starts to include people like Geode, Fidelity, Northern Trust, T. Rowe Price, BNY Mellon, JP Morgan, UBS, etc., all the way down to Dodge and Cox. So the top 25, you add them up, that's 83.42% of the capital. $10 trillion, $10.7 trillion controlled just by the top 25. And all of them own each other. And they elected each other's board members, right? And so it's pure speculation on our part of who's actually in control of that, who actually has the most influence. But I can tell you for sure that it's not you. And it's not me. Unless Warren Buffett is in the stream. And Warren, if you're in here, sick, dude. Maybe you should tell Larry Fink to get the fuck in line and Stop being such an evil bitch. But let me explain this point system to you real quick because it's really interesting, and it illuminates a little bit more for us, right? Because if you think about it, some companies are worth a shitload of money, right? And if a company's worth like trillions of dollars, then your position in that company, if you're the biggest shareholder, you're going to have a bunch of money in that company. But in a smaller company like Zodus, which you've never heard of, but we'll talk about later, if that company's way smaller, you might only need to invest like, $500 million in it, and you're the top shareholder, meaning you have the most voting power, right? And so you can't just compare the dollar value of this position and the dollar value of that position, because what you actually need to compare is the relative voting power, right? Is if you're the top voting power in every company, that's not going to be measured in the same way as just how much money do you have invested in each company, right? So I devised a scheme that's pretty easy to understand. I'll show it to you right here. I have this example sheet over here where I copied over Johnson & Johnson's information. This is straight out of my my scraping data. So this is how the data is coming in from the web, and I've highlighted it here. And so these are the website I'm scraping from gives you the list of the top 25 holders of each of these companies. So in Johnson & Johnson, Vanguard is the top holder with 9%, and it goes all the way down to sub 1%. Dimension Fund Advisors is the 25th largest holder. They have 0.42%, right? Over here, you can see the stock price is $148.79. So this is the position value for each of these people, right? And Johnson & Johnson is a huge company. So the position value for the top holder at Vanguard, that's $34 billion of stock, right? That's a lot of money. But in other companies, they might have the top voting power. They might have the exact same 9% of voting power in some smaller company and only have to invest $10 billion or $3 billion, right? But they still have the same relative voting power over that other company. So what I did is I gave them points based upon their position on the list. There's 25 positions on the list, right? So you get the most points if you're the top holder. The top holder gets 25 points. Second highest holder gets 24 points. Third highest holder gets 23 points. You can see, and it goes all the way down to the 25th holder just gets 1 point. And so then if you add up your points across all the companies you hold stock in, you see where I'm going with this? There's 100 companies on my list. And if you're the top shareholder of every single one, then at the most you can get 25 times 100 companies. Capiche? So if BlackRock, for example, was the top shareholder of all 100 of the biggest 100 companies in the stock market, then you would award BlackRock 2,500 points. And that would indicate that they got the perfect score, 100% of the possible points, meaning they are this top shareholder of every company, and they have the biggest voting say in every single one, which is a big deal because that means they're literally the most powerful voice at every single board table in the whole stock market. So I did that. I applied that point system to every single one of these companies. And when you do that, you discover that Vanguard has 98.5% of the possible points, meaning they have, let me get you in this view, right up here at the very top. Remember, 25 points possible in each company times 100 companies means there's 2,500 possible points if you're the top holder of every single company. Vanguard has 2,463. They only missed 47 points out of the whole 100, meaning a few times they were the second and maybe the third top holder. And all the rest, they're the top. BlackRock had 2,300. So Vanguard had 98% of the possible points they could have gotten. BlackRock had 94% of the possible points they could have gotten. And remember, that's not comparing against each other because each one of them could get 2,500 points theoretically. When you compare it to all the points, like compared to each other, this column tells you that, but it's a little less revealing because I think I explained that simply enough that you probably all understand what I mean. And the reason why I think that's relevant is because we're talking about voting rights, not just about money. And the voting rights are what elect all of the scumbags that we're about to talk about when we go over to our chart of all of the boards of directors and how they're all tied together and they're all buddies, just doing backdoor deals, getting really rich, doing absolutely fuck all for the rest of us. So I think you can see why I wanted to show you this first. This chart's a little interesting, though, because it's the top 25 holders of all of the companies, all the 100 biggest companies in the stock market. And what that means is that on the left here is a list of all of the biggest players in the stock market. And there's obvious ones like Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street. UBS is a giant bank in Switzerland. Dodge and Cox is a giant asset manager. But then there's also Lawrence Ellison, which is Larry Ellison, the owner of Oracle. Totally not a CIA operative that manages all of your data and all of the cloud and manages all of TikTok. That's Larry Ellison right there with $144 billion worth of stock. Most of that is Oracle stock. You can see that he has 2 positions in the market. So one of them is Oracle, and I don't know what the other one is. Scroll down a little more, and we're going to find the Buffetts, the Zuckerbergs right here. Warren Buffett, the Walton family, Phil Knight from Nike. You can see where Phil Knight has 1 position. Should maybe make this bigger so y'all can read it. You can see down here where Phil Knight, he has only 1 position in the market, and he has 25 points because he's the top holder of Nike. And that's his only position. And it's his only position in the top 100 companies, right? And it's worth $29 billion. Mark Zuckerberg, same story. 1 position is the top one at Facebook, $110 billion. Jeffrey Bezos, Elon Musk, the Walton family, etc. So it's kind of interesting as you kind of get to, I now have a list of a lot of the power players and hedge funds and asset management groups and all the way down to the bottom where I've got some totals. All of those positions add up to $13.5 trillion. So that's what we're talking about. Oh, and some foreshadowing that the percent of the S&P 500 by dollar value, actually their positions add up to more than 100% of the S&P 500. I think in this case, it's just because Google is rounding. And so it's like rounding errors adding up to be more than 100%. But ironically, later, we will talk about how all stocks are actually not real and how naked shorting is rampant all throughout the market. And many things like that are used to trade shares that don't exist and to short companies into non-existence with shares that is, We're not going to go too far down the GameStop rabbit hole tonight, but I am going to bring up some of those points because it's critical to understand just how much fraud exists in the market and just how unregulated the self-reported, self-regulated market is. And if you think this is all just stock market stuff, think again, because this stuff controls our whole lives, as we're about to see. We're up to 20,000 of you homies hanging out. Welcome to everyone who's just coming in. Yeah, the MMTLP story is pretty wild. It's ongoing. I know a little bit about it. Not enough to talk about it cohesively right now, but there's a lot of crazy stock stories happening in the world right now. Okay. First time here, Quirrell. Welcome to the party. If you guys weren't here for our hanging out intro time, then this is your first time seeing our master sheet of corporate board connections. We're going to spend a fair bit of time tonight scrolling around this sheet and meeting all the boards of all of these companies. But a good one to start on, I just finished up today, is Johnson & Johnson. So we're going to quickly give an example of why it matters who's in charge of these companies. And then we're going to detour into some of the other tentacles of control before coming back and really diving into this spiderweb chart, which is a lot of fun that we'll probably spend most of the end of our stream doing. But Johnson & Johnson, Famous for making the baby powder you put on your baby's booty when he's got a diaper rash. Famous for making the lotion that you're rubbing all up in your skin. Famous for making all kinds of care products that you're putting in your eyeballs and in your ears and up in your coochie and just like all over the place. In every, like, they're in every aisle, and they own tons of brands that you wouldn't even realize were Johnson & Johnson brands, which is what all of my grocery store aisle content is all about, is analyzing just how many of these brands are actually just one giant mega corporation rebranding 100 times to make you think you have choices, but you don't. And it matters because when you look at the board of directors of Johnson & Johnson, I mean, you start over here with Hoa Queen, and he's harmless. He just worked his way up through Johnson & Johnson, and most CEOs tend to get hired out of the company. So they've worked for a long time in the company. They get promoted. They're familiar with the old company. They're like an insider that gets put in charge. Usually the CEO, I mean, a lot of CEOs are very corrupt and very shitty, but often they don't have like a million other board seats and a million other connections, and they don't look overtly as swampy at first. And we're gonna let Hoa Queen just be an innocent little snowflake, and we're gonna move on to his buddies. Darius comes next. And just so you know, the way that I'm putting this is just my graphic representation of their connections. This comes from, so if you were to do this research yourself, for example, you would go to the web, and you would type in Johnson. Oh, you're seeing my search for Johnson & Johnson class action lawsuits, which we're going to get to in just a second. But Johnson & Johnson board of directors, right? And that would pull up Johnson & Johnson's leadership team. You would click on that, and basically every publicly traded company will tell you all about their leadership team right there on their website, because it's a public company and they're supposed to tell you all this, and they're supposed to brag about it and how great their team is and how experienced they are. Executive committee means like not the board of directors. That means like the CEO, the CFO, the COO, etc., the president, etc. Those guys are not who we're looking at. Those are the people that are hired to run the company in all of the minutia. And these are the people that are hired by the board, who we theoretically are voting to elect with our votes, but actually BlackRock and Vanguard and State Street and JP Morgan and Fidelity are electing with all of the votes because they have them all. That would be the board of directors. And the board of directors are like, think of it this way. You get a job at a pizza shop, right? And you're flipping pizzas, you're slanging pizzas, but suddenly you start speaking out about how your boss is banging all the female workers, and you're like, that's not cool, bro. Don't do that. And he's like, you're fired. Next. Because you spoke out against your boss's agenda of doing shady shit. He just replaces you, right? And so just to remind you that whoever can hire and fire you is in control of you. Whether you like it or not, whether you want to admit it's true or not, whoever can terminate your position controls you. And that's why the board of directors controls the CEO, the executive team, etc. I mean, maybe they get a little bit of leeway to run things how they want, but if they get out of line, if they do things that the board doesn't want them to do, or that the board's board, so to speak, doesn't want them to do, they're gone. Next. So don't get it twisted. The executives are hired to do what the board wants them to do. The board is hired by the shareholders, but not by you and me usually, to do what the shareholders want them to do. And need I remind you who the shareholders of Johnson & Johnson are? I don't even need to look to tell you that it's BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, Capital Research Investment, Fidelity, Geode Capital Management, etc. Right? They're the ones hiring the board of directors, and they can just as easily send them packing and get someone new, right? So just a reminder of how having a boss works. I'm sure that all of us peasants understand that. And so you go to the board of directors here and you look them up, and on almost every company website, except for Alphabet, because they're shady as fuck and they're trying to hide all the spicy details about their board. Sorry, I'm just frustrated with them. You click on Darius, and it gives you his bio here, right? And it tells you he's 57, and he's been the executive chairman of Honeywell International since June 2023. And then it tells you all these other things about his career. They brag about why he's, qualified to be a competent board member, what he brings to the company. And so what I've done is I've gone and just read all that publicly available information straight off of Johnson & Johnson's website. And that's where my notes are coming from. Okay. So for the rest of the night, I'm not going to go to all the websites and show you why, like, you can look it up for yourself. But I've just put on the most relevant details that come from those bios, and sometimes more investigating if the bios seem to be hiding or withholding things, or if I just was suspicious about it and wanted to know more. So he's worked for Honeywell, in the defense industry. He's on the Business Roundtable in the corporate capture of the government industry. We'll talk about Business Roundtable later. And the Business Council, more corporate capture of the government, lobbying groups, lobbying on behalf of giant mega corporations. So that's one dude that's on the Johnson & Johnson board of directors, a guy that worked in basically Honeywell is complicated, but basically in the defense industry. But wait, because the next one's way better. Mary is, oh man, Mary and Johnson & Johnson are just a match made in heaven. And they're the perfect example of why this stuff matters to you and to me and to all regular people. Because remember, Johnson & Johnson is making products that are all over your grocery store. They're making products that you're putting on your baby and in your baby. They're making products that you're putting on your girlfriend and in your girlfriend. They're making products that you're putting on your boyfriend and in, well, man. Anyways, and third member of their board, she's on the University of Utah Huntsman Cancer Institute. She worked for the NIH, the National Academy of Sciences, the American Association of Cancer Research, the National Cancer Institute at the NIH there, the American Cancer Society, the Dana-Farber Harvard Cancer Center. This woman is a cancer specialist, which is like sweet, right? That's so good that Johnson & Johnson, this cosmetics and like personal care products, and it's great that Johnson & Johnson is so concerned about having a cancer specialist on their board of directors, right? Because you wouldn't want to be getting cancer from Johnson & Johnson products, right? That would be really shitty, which is why it's kind of weird that Johnson & Johnson was trying to block lawsuits from 40,000 cancer patients because they were putting cancer-causing fucking asbestos and stuff. I think it was asbestos, I forget what, into their talcum powder, into their baby powder. It's one of the most famous class action lawsuits of the last 20 years is Johnson & Johnson was giving everyone's babies cancer by just putting carcinogens straight into the baby powder because they were lazy. And it's like, bro, what the hell is this woman doing on the board? Like, is she a cancer prevention specialist or a cancer causing specialist? Because Johnson & Johnson is excessively good at giving everyone cancer. Just saying. Look that one up. It's a wild rabbit hole. If you just look up J&J baby powder or talcum powder cancer lawsuit, there's a whole wild rabbit hole of articles for you to dig through. I just picked one headline there. Not the first time. I knew that existed already. So when I found her on this board of directors, I was like, bro, what is going on? This is ridiculous. And that's why it matters, because these companies are making products that are giving you cancer. They're not necessarily doing it on purpose necessarily. I mean, we'll wait till we get to the Pfizer people on the board, but they're at least doing it via negligence, right? And that's proven in a court of law. So, and there's a lot of other bad things other than cancer that they're also giving you. Like one of my most famous TikTok videos was basically me discovering that all of the mega corporate shampoos they're all being sued because their shampoo makes your hair fall out. And then just down the aisle, they'll sell you a bunch of products to get you to grow your hair back. Same company. Over here, class action lawsuit for hair loss. Over there, hair growth product to fix your hair loss. It's fucking unbelievable. Another Honeywell, Scott, Honeywell, UPS, and the Federal Reserve. So if you just like step back for a second and you just like pretend like you just walked out of the jungle and you don't realize that the whole world is corrupt, and someone's like, yo, check out this company that makes lotion. Guess who's in charge of the lotion company? You'd be like, probably a bunch of lotion specialists, right? Wrong. Homeboy's good at sending packages. He's good at making airplanes and bombs or whatever Honeywell makes. And he's good at collapsing the global banking system and manipulating the banks. I don't know. I mean, whatever you want to say the Federal Reserve does, stabilizing the monetary system. That's the kind of expertise. Like, just keep an eye. I mean, you already all know, but just keep an eye out for how many bankers are on the boards of companies that have nothing to do with banking. Although, yeah, I mean, it all is banking. Every corporation is banking. It's just a giant financial Ponzi scheme in every direction. So the bankers are useful on all the boards. Jennifer's not very special, but okay, here is the next rabbit hole. Mary is a teacher, right? Mary teaches at the University of Utah about cancer. But I'm sure that there's no conflict of interest of her getting paid by Johnson & Johnson, probably not really talking about how Johnson & Johnson has given everyone cancer, but she's good at teaching everyone about cancer, right? Well, Jennifer's also really good at teaching people things. She founded and serves on the scientific advisory boards of Caribou Biosciences, Therapeutics, both leading CRISPR genome engineering companies. She's a teacher at Berkeley at University of California, Berkeley, specifically about genetics and stuff like that. And she works at the Howard Hughes Medical Institute. You know, pretty harmless, but like, just think about the kind of funding that's going to Berkeley. Just think about the kind of funding that's going to her programs. Think about the kind of, like, if you're going to pay $150,000 a year or whatever to go get educated at Berkeley, I would probably enjoy not getting taught corporate propaganda at Berkeley, right? And I'm not saying that she's necessarily teaching everyone corporate propaganda, but she's probably not teaching everyone that Johnson & Johnson gave everyone cancer, because that'd be pretty bad for business if you think about it. But don't worry, the educational connections just get worse and worse and worse. This is just warming up. This gal's a great one. Marilyn A. Houston, the former CEO of Lockheed Martin, is on the board of Johnson & Johnson. She also used to be on the board of Chevron and Dow Chemical. So this woman is straight up like full-on CEO military industrial complex. Like, she was in charge of one of the 5 companies that makes all of the United States military arsenal, especially their airplanes and bombers and shit, their missiles. She was also on the board helping to decide how can we get the most gas out of the Middle East for the lowest price and then sell it. I mean, and actually we'll talk about that aspect in a second here. Chevron, obviously a shitty company. And Dow Chemical, one of the biggest chemical companies in the world. But ironically, those 2 companies are super, super relevant to Johnson & Johnson, because like 1/5, I forget the exact metric, I did it in a video, but like 1/5 of oil companies' sales are not actually gasoline for us to use in our cars. It's actually petroleum products to be used in things like lotion and shampoo and plastics, things like all the products that Johnson & Johnson make for you to rub into your skin, the largest organ in your body. Okay, you might need a little tinfoil tonight, because obviously lotion is healthy and obviously it would never give you cancer. Like, duh. Wear your sunscreen, kids. But yeah. The CEO of Lockheed Martin is on the board of Johnson & Johnson, if you didn't know. And they brag about it on their website. Oh, yeah. Harvard Medical School, Board of Johnson & Johnson, National Academy of Medicine, Rockefeller University, Professor Mary Harrigan Connors, Women's Health and Gender Biology. I'm sure she's given everyone a great education that's totally worth all that money. And then the Best Buy guy, although Vivendi's a dark rabbit hole. Oh, and then more education. Duke University, University of Texas at Austin. So just think about the corporate capture of the educational system that you're seeing here. And this is just one small vector. This is just professors and directors of boards at colleges that are also directors of boards at giant chemical companies. I'm basically just going to call Johnson & Johnson a chemical company because that's what they are. That's just one vector. They also fund the colleges. They also pay for curriculum. They also pay speaking fees. There's all kinds of ways that they corporate capture the education system, but that's what winds up with them educating all of our future cosmetologists and future chemists and future scientists that then get all over Instagram and scream at you when you're like, hey, is it possible that the carcinogens I'm rubbing into my skin might be giving me cancer? And they're like, no, of course not. It's totally safe. Johnson & Johnson did a study that showed that Johnson & Johnson's lotion is safe. You bitch. I'm a professional. I went to school for this. I know. It's like, yeah. Who taught at that school? Was it Mark? Did you go to Mark's class? Because Mark will be teaching you an awful lot of things. And I bet it's not about how the baby powder is giving your baby cancer. I'm just saying. So anyways. Oh, yeah. He was also a commissioner for the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. You know, the agency that's regulating Johnson & Johnson to make sure that they're not giving you cancer. Well, you know that they're effectively regulating because they literally have an inside man, Mark, on the board of Johnson & Johnson. That's how good the USDA is at regulating the FDA at regulating Johnson & Johnson. Is they've got their guy on the inside, regulating from the inside to make sure that they're not giving you cancer. Real quick, let me just check and make sure that YouTube hasn't demonetized me and deleted my stream yet. Cool. Sick, we're still on YouTube. Maybe their AI is not very good at keeping up with us. Anne, just look at that face. Just look at that face. Oh, goodness, Anne. And don't worry, we're not going to hang out on the board of Johnson & Johnson all night, but this is pretty funny. Look at her face and tell me that that does not scream, let me take care of your kids, right? That face just screams, trust me with your children. Well, not only did she used to be on the board of Xerox, but she also was on the board of Save the Children. And when you look up Save the Children, you don't have to go any farther than their Wikipedia page to get to all the scandals about how they might not have been saving the children. And I'll just leave it at that. Mark, as soon as I saw Mark Weinberger on this one, I was like, oh, I know this guy. We've met Mark a couple of times. And that's because he's also on the board of Saudi Aramco. And I think he's on the board of IBM. When we get over there, I'm sure we'll see. Ernst & Young. And also a brief stint at the U.S. Department of the Treasury. You know, because who doesn't love a good revolving door between the government and the corporations, right? Nadia's just noteworthy because she was a part of Tenet Healthcare, and the list of controversies that made it through to their Wikipedia page is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 items long, including Medicare fraud, bribery, Hurricane Katrina, Florida pediatric heart surgery standards, psychiatric fraud, unnecessary heart surgeries. Yeah. Nice job, Tenet Health. You left a real good legacy behind. And then lastly, Eugene A. Woods, advocating for your health. Used to work at Advocate Health, where he obviously advocated for the health of Johnson & Johnson's corporate profits. as well as a stint at the Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond. Because who doesn't love a good Federal Reserve banker making your lotion? That's why you should support small businesses, folks, because these guys don't give a fuck about your lotion. Okay. So that's a brief look at why it matters who's on the boards of these companies. Because now that you've met all of these scumbags, just imagine like the morals of a person that could be the CEO of Lockheed Martin. Imagine the mental gymnastics that Marilyn has to have done to justify her life as the CEO of Lockheed Martin. Be like, I'm doing great things in this world. If I'm not the CEO of Lockheed Martin, then someone else will be the CEO of Lockheed Martin, and they might not be as great of a person as me. And so it's important that I'm the CEO of Lockheed Martin because I'm going to do it in a way that's better for the whole world. And I'll just increase Lockheed Martin's profits by making the world a better place, obviously. Like selling bombs to the good guys, obviously. That's the kind of person that is collectively, all these people are in charge of hiring the executives at Johnson & Johnson, like Joaquin, that are then in charge of dictating, like, do we use the cheap-ass petroleum product in our lotion that'll give everyone cancer? Or do we use a higher quality, like, more natural oil that is good for your skin? Pretty obvious what they're going to pick. And then it's like, oh, shit, guys, our scientists found out that our baby powder is giving everyone's babies cancer. Maybe we should sweep it under the rug and cover it up and make them all not talk about it. Right? Which is what they actually did. Tried to block the lawsuits from 40,000 cancer patients when the cancer patients were like, hey, you motherfuckers gave my baby cancer. So these are the people that are hiring all of the people that are running Johnson & Johnson. And trust me, none of the other corporations are, well, except for one. But other than that one, none of the other corporations are better. They're all fucked, just like that. And we'll meet lots more of them a little later. Let me recenter us on BlackRock, and we'll come back to this chart later. How are we doing here? 7 o'clock, Japan time. Sun is setting. I'm going to love BC. I know I'll love BC. I can't wait to move to British Columbia next week. It's going to be great. Okay, let's see what other fun stuff we have on here. Scan through my notes. I don't know if we want to go into the everything bubble right now. The everything bubble and derivatives requires a lot of explanation of derivatives, but let's just say that it's fucked up. Maybe we'll get back to that later. The big bank boards, we'll talk about that on the main. Okay, let's talk about literal crime. Okay. Citibank is a great example of literal crime because it's important to remember back when we were here on our chart of all of these companies being connected, and back when we looked at who owns all the corporations and who has the voting power of all the corporations, it all led upwards to the banks, right? So you can think of the world in layers, like all of us peasants down here in the dirt working as wage slaves, and all of our money going up to the corporations that we work for. And those corporations are all owned by other corporations and financial institutions and banks that are above them. And then the banks and financial institutions with the most money and power, like the BlackRocks, the Vanguards, the State Streets, the JP Morgans, the Cities, they're at the top of the financial food chain. And the people that control those institutions are probably as high up the chain as we can reasonably climb with confidence using only publicly available information, right? And when you do that, you wind up at the big 4 or 5 banks: Bank of America, JP Morgan Chase, Citibank, Goldman Sachs, and you could put a few different banks. It depends on if you're going outside of the U.S. or not. If you're staying within the U.S., BNY Mellon is pretty big. There's a few other banks that could make this list, but these 4 are definitely at the top of the food chain. And when you look at their boards of directors, they all have a kind of a personality, so to speak. And we're just going to briefly skim them because a lot of it's really funny. And then we'll talk about Citibank, which is kind of sinister and mysterious and a fun rabbit hole. Bank of America is American. It's full of fucking, here, I'll just show you the first one. Lionel worked at Nabisco making your cookies and crackers, at Pillsbury making your cookies and your crackers, and Ecolab cleaning up your cockroaches. We got Albertsons and the YMCA, Walgreens, a banker, Carnival Corporation, that's the Carnival Cruise Line, straight up defense contractors, Bay Systems and General Dynamics are two of the biggest defense contractors. Target, Apple, Raytheon, defense contractor, JP Morgan Chase, Harvard Business School. So a lot of the bankers actually just switch banks around, right? Like had a whole career at JP Morgan Chase. Now he's on the board of Bank of America. Just, you know, just like general corporations, jumping corporations, some banking, but not all. Oh, and then a NASA scientist teaching at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, National Academy of Sciences. How great. Every bank needs a scientist on its board to represent the science, obviously. Oh, hey, there's our guy, Mark Weinberger. We'll get to him in just a second. He'll show up a few times tonight. Okay. JP Morgan Chase's bank or board of directors. They're a little more like profesh. They're the biggest bank of them all, the biggest in the land. And their board of directors obviously will show us that. Like here, it's like Pillsbury. Like, come on. You couldn't find anyone more qualified than the Pillsbury Doughboy to be on your board of directors, motherfucker. Like that says a lot about Bank of America. They've seen better times. JP Morgan Chase, they're on top of the world right now. And they're probably going to get even more on top of the world after they orchestrate the next great financial collapse and profit off the next great financial collapse that they totally did not create in the first place. Jamie Dimon is a whole can of worms. He's the CEO. He's best buddies with Epstein and helped bank Epstein all that time. Long career at Citigroup. But then we got more bankers. We got the media mogul with Walt Disney, Comcast, NBC. More banking and insurance, Amazon. See, these are bigger names, right? These are bigger corporations with bigger experience. Oh, hey, Johnson & Johnson. Again, the Wharton School at Pennsylvania and the Business Roundtable. Estee Lauder. So that would be in her past because she's not on the board of Estee Lauder now, but in the past, she was on the board of Estee Lauder. Defense contractor, one of the biggest chemical companies. Business Roundtable again. Saudi Aramco, you know, the Saudi Arabian oil company, as well as Johnson & Johnson. That's our boy, Mark. Hopefully this is big enough that you can kind of see it. Okay, so that is JP Morgan Chase. We're going to quickly skip over Citibank and come back to them. Goldman Sachs. Like Goldman Sachs is also, you know, a little laughable, the kind of people they got. It's like Robinhood, not the trading app. This is the Robinhood, like the charity, so to speak. This woman's selling beer with AB InBev. She's selling beer and flying planes. Oh, and she's selling pizza artwork for $25,000 on Etsy too, in case you wanted to buy a picture of kids eating pizza for $25,000. Obviously, it's just a picture though. Like nothing else is coming with that purchase. Wellington, so another banker. Okay, here's a revolving door person. You know, this side she's working in the corporate world, and this side she's working at the United States Department of Justice and in the president's office. I'm sure there's nothing wrong with that. This dude's both Starbucks and the National Security and Telecommunications Council. Like, obviously, that's an obvious pairing. I mean, like coffee and national security advising hand in hand. Chemicals, tech, all of that. Bank of America jumped on over to Deutsche or to, are we in Deutsche right now? No, we're in Goldman. I'm getting confused. Apple, Credit Suisse, they're gone, motherfucker. The Supreme Court of the United States. Oil, electricity. See, so they each kind of have their own personalities. And now on to Citibank, which is the most interesting personality of them all. I put your tinfoil hat on for a second. Okay, tinfoil on. You ready? I suspect that Citibank is the CIA. That's my suspicion. The CIA has always needed banking. They've always had banking. They've created banks all throughout history. They've interfaced with many banks over time. That's not new. Ideally, they keep it a secret from us. And usually it's really big banks. And we have lots of evidence in the past of confirmed cases where they had whole banks that were like internationally well acclaimed that turned out to be giant CIA fronts. And then we have other times when it's like, we know that these banks like JP Morgan was facilitating all of Epstein's trading and dark money and shit. But like Citibank, I suspect might actually just be a straight up like CIA company at this point, and I'll show you why. Or not just CIA. Like when I say that, I just mean sort of like US government front for them to conduct their operations. Because you'll see that this is the most revolving door of all boards we've seen so far. So the first one is a banker from Bank of Montreal. The second woman here, Grace, unfortunately, their website has these tiny little pictures. So when I copy them over, they just look really tiny. But this woman is Grace. She worked at the Officer of the Comptroller of the Currency, which is one of the government organizations that's supposed to be regulating the banking sector. Obviously, the best way to regulate the banking sector is to get a job in the banking sector so they can pay you. Because how else are you going to get on the inside? Get the inside scoop, right? Barbara is a banker. And then John is another former officer of the Comptroller of the Currency, as well as working at the Department of the Treasury and the United States Senate Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs. So straight up, just like, okay, pick off this government official that was regulating us for 20 years. We'll pay him to help us get regulated for the next 20 years. Because obviously Citibank wants to be very compliant with regulation. And so the best way to be compliant with regulation is to hire the regulators so you can be very compliant, obviously. Okay, next, Jane, the chief executive officer of Citibank, which is what we're looking at right now. Her history is at McKinsey & Company, one of the advising companies. It's a very common company to see in people's history. It's very much a intro to the club, if you will. Council on Foreign Relations, we'll talk about them later. They are as deep state as a deep state organization gets. Business Roundtable and Harvard Business School. Classic deep state resume. Duncan Soros, George Soros Fund Management. Peter Blair Henry, NYU Stern. He's an educator and a Nike guy. National Science Foundation, Stanford University. Got to have your craft, and the Federal Reserve Board. And now our favorite of all. This woman is, I've talked about this woman a lot. Leslie Ireland. She was a card-carrying CIA operative for like 30 years. Like straight up a CIA agent for her whole career. And she also worked in the Office of the President, advising on national security via the CIA and the Department of the Treasury. She is involved in this whole other situation called Tapestry. And I went on this whole deep rabbit hole where she was, she opened a SPAC with a bunch of other CIA agent women. It was like a girl squad of CIA agents that had a failed SPAC called Night Swan Acquisition Corporation that was going to acquire some cool tech companies and go all crazy with it. And they never actually did. And then they spun it all down. But that was a heck of a rabbit hole. But yeah, she straight up is just the CIA. That is her resume for being on the board of Citibank. Obviously, a very useful resume to be on a bank board. Renee James, her resume is National Security Telecommunications, which is very much the intelligence community in the government. Intel and the Carlyle Group, along with Oracle. And Oracle is straight up a CIA front company. It was founded by Larry Ellison on CIA seed money after he did a CIA program where he started another company called Oracle Project that was a CIA op. And then he just like happened to found this other company that was like a private, like it was a public corporation. It was like totally not related to the CIA Oracle project. He just wanted to call it Oracle too, because he had such a great time when he was doing the Oracle program for the CIA that he figured he would name his new company Oracle, and then he would proceed to be funded by the CIA with a bunch of CIA defense contracts for the first like 10 years of the company's lifespan. And then he figured he would like get all of the contracting to provide the CIA and the NSA with like all of their networking and all their cloud computing and all their tech stuff. But he's not CIA, obviously. It's like a totally different corporation that's not actually the CIA. And then they also took over TikTok, and they manage all the algorithms for TikTok, and they hold all the data centers for TikTok at Oracle, which is obviously not the CIA. It's like a totally different company. Have I been clear enough that Oracle is not the CIA yet? Good. I wanted to be really clear just so that you would all know that Oracle is not the CIA. But General Atlantic might be. If you don't know about General Atlantic, I mean, that's just speculation. There's not, Oracle is way more obviously tied, but like General Atlantic feels a lot like a CIA investment firm. I don't really have time to go into why and all that, but Boston Consulting Group, total scumbags, General Atlantic, General Electric. And then another revolving door, New York State Department of Financial Services, State of New York Office of the Governor. She was the former superintendent of banks for the state of New York. Perfect person to put on the board of a big bank, obviously, as well as a stint at the Council on Foreign Relations and Brookfield Asset Management. Okay. Oh, and obviously it wouldn't be complete with a straight up defense contractor hire from Northrop Grumman, James Turley, the former CEO of Ernst & Young and formerly of Northrop Grumman, Emerson, and Precigen. And then obviously one more banker. So Citibank has a shitload of ex-government, ex-intelligence agency, ex-intelligence affiliated corporate members. And it just feels sketchy when you just look at the board. But now, let's go read Wall Street on Parade, shall we? And if you don't know about Wall Street on Parade, oh boy, this is going to be fun. Wall Street on Parade is one of the greatest sources of financial journalism in the world right now. And y'all should all know about it. I don't think we need to cover any of this stuff. That's a little in the weeds. Those are their derivatives positions. That's just their board all over again. So let's talk. Oh, I was looking into who's laundering their money now, and that's who it is now, but we'll do that another time. So Wall Street on Parade is this like low-key, homegrown journalism website run by Pam and Russ Martins, husband and wife couple, I presume. Maybe brother and sister. I'm pretty sure they're husband and wife. They are absolute gangsters, spiritual gangsters of journalistic warfare. And they're constantly reporting on Wall Street corruption in all of its forms. And I think I actually want to quickly, I'm going to switch my screen share here to make it so I can share the screen even bigger, because I want you to be able to read this reporting along with me. And if I do that, and then I do this, I think I can make it even bigger. I believe. Maybe. So we're not going to read all of these articles. We're not going to read the whole report, but we're going to go through some of the like very literal crimes that Citibank and the other banks have committed. Yeah. As to the chat in the Rumble feed about Girl Scout cookies, I have an inside scoop with a source that's been digging into corruption in the Girl Scouts of America and how they've been actually bought out by private equity and then taken advantage of for their loans. And now they've been taking more money. So the Girl Scouts, the girls that are selling the cookies, are now getting like less than half the money they used to get from each box sold. And they've sold all of the campgrounds that used to be where the Girl Scouts would go and do all their Girl Scouting. And now they have so much corporate debt that they've put onto the company so that they could all make money off of the Girl Scouts. So now the Girl Scouts are out there selling cookies for slave wages they're required to in order to pay for their membership. And they're actually just paying interest on the debt that these executives have put onto the corporation that is the Girl Scouts of America. It's super fucked up. And like, there's a whole expose in the works about it, because the whole Girl Scout angle is so fucked up. Like literally like child slave labor of like 6-year-old girls being forced to sell cookies out in the winter in front of Kmart so that they can pay private equity's corporate debt burden that they layered on to the Girl Scouts of America so they could get rich. So fucked up. Sorry, I just saw a comment about Girl Scouts and I had to go off for a second. Templar, it's good to see you in the comments, brother. Good to see you there. And it's I'm psyched that we're on YouTube tonight. So Citigroup is having a very bad week. We're going to skip this one, but it's worth mentioning that Citigroup stock is in a weird position and they're not doing good. And the regulators are worried that Citigroup might be in trouble, and they've got a fuckload of risky derivative bets in the market, and the regulators are kind of breathing on them heavy. This is at the beginning of this year, being like, yo, you guys need to get your shit together and not collapse the whole financial system, please. Because the last time y'all did that, we bailed you out with trillions of dollars and it was not popular. The one I really want to read you about, though, meet your new legislator, Citigroup. No, I want to read you the Panama Papers one. Explains in explicit detail how private, quote, I don't know if you'll be able to read this on screen here, but I'll read it to you. They're talking about how big banks launder money and how it's not just a lot of people don't realize that, like, to these big banks, money laundering for criminals is actually an enormous sector of their business. It's an enormous part of their income strategy. And it's kind of legal if they do it right, like gray area. And they have a whole system set up internally to do it on demand for anyone that wants money laundered, basically. And this is explaining, this was leaked through the Panama Papers, through WikiLeaks, free Julian Assange, goddammit. And this is explaining in detail how they do that. Okay. So, quote, once a person becomes a client of a private bank, the bank's primary goal generally has been to service that client. And servicing a private banking client almost always means using services that are also the tools of money laundering, i.e., secret trusts, offshore accounts, secret name accounts, and shell companies called private investment corporations, PICs, right? So what they're saying is that when a really wealthy person comes to a bank asking them to protect their assets, there's almost no difference between the mechanisms that you would use to protect a wealthy client's assets and the mechanisms you would use to launder dirty money. It's basically the same mechanisms. And the only difference is whether the money on the front end is clean or dirty. But the process by which you hide and protect and scuttle away all that money is exactly the same elements. And it's mostly done through what they call PICs, or private investment corporations, which are like little micro corporations that you spin up that have shell corporate owners. So you have like a shell corporation that is the owner of the shell corporation. You have shell corporations that are the board members of the corporation. And it's all just this like blank corporations running blank corporations, opening blank corporations with just like one little access point of ownership. And then they can put all their money away in that and send it off to the Cayman Islands. They go into more detail here, then I'm going to skip a little bit of it. These private investment corporations, or PICs, are designed for the purpose of holding and hiding a person's assets. Let me blow it up for you. The assets could be real property, money, stock, art, other valuables, drugs, children, who knows? I added those two parts in. The nominal officers, trustees, and shareholders of these shell corporations are often themselves shell corporations controlled by the private bank. So did you hear that? They will open a shell corporation and then they'll have shell corporations already ready to go that become the board members and the owners of the shell corporation. The PIC then becomes the holder of the various bank and investment accounts, and the ownership of the private bank's client is buried in the records of so-called secrecy jurisdictions, such as the Cayman Islands. Quote, private banks keep pre-packaged PICs on the shelf, awaiting activation when a private bank client wants one. So, to clarify, what that is saying directly out of the Panama Papers, like this is distilled reporting based upon extensive forensic accounts that came out as a leak in the Panama Papers. And what it's saying is that JP Morgan, for example, I mean, this is talking specifically about Citibank, but it's the same in all of them. JP Morgan, as an example, has a whole roster of shell corporations pre-made, just chilling. And then a dude like Jeffrey walks in and says, yo, I've got like $50 billion of money that I kind of need to like not have questions asked about. And I was hoping that you could help me put it away somewhere nice. And they're like, don't worry. I've got a private investment corporation already ready to go. All I need to do is click activate and it's all you, baby. Just put your money in this account. This unnamed account now owns that account. These unnamed accounts are now the shareholders of that account. We'll send it off to the Cayman Islands. You own one of these companies that owns the companies that owns the companies. No one will ever trace it up because it goes through the Cayman Islands. You're good to go, buddy. And they hold those ready. Like the whole system's pre-packaged, ready to go because that is their business model. Okay? That's what that reporting is saying right there. Quote, in the brochure for Citibank's private bank on their international trust services, in the table of contents, it lists the attractiveness of secrecy jurisdictions this way. Quote, the Bahamas, the Cayman Islands, Jersey, and Switzerland, the best of all worlds, end quote. They advertise this service to their clients because that's what their clients are coming to them for. This brochure also advertised the advantages of using a PIC. One advantage it lists is this one. Quote, PIC assets are registered in the name of the PIC, and your ownership of the PIC need not appear in any public registry. End quote. They're advertising their services because that's what they do. As when they're not committing fraud against regular peasants like you and stealing money from regular peasants like you by putting on fraudulent credit card fees, fraudulent ATM fees, mismarking shorts as longs in their stock market trading, all sorts of other crimes that we're about to get to. Don't worry, that they've been convicted of, not just like, I'm not just spitballing here, that they've been convicted of. And we're going to get to all of that too in just a second here. Let me just turn down this purple light though, because I'm getting a little spicy. I'm turning a little purple over here. One of these weeks we'll have to switch off purple and change to something else, but I don't know. I'm just feeling like real directly registered over here. So welcome. If you're new to the stream, welcome to the party. Tonight we're talking about banks. We're talking about corporations. We're talking about the big club that you are not in. And we're currently on Citibank and how they commit crimes for money and all the different crimes they've been convicted of. I think we'll skip the 2008 financial collapse because y'all know about that. That requires more context, but it's just more reporting about how many quote hundreds of shell companies, many of them registered in the British Virgin Islands and other jurisdictions that profit by allows, can be traced back to this dude's condo. Just more money laundering. New York City Bank, that was banking. If you're not tracking New York City Bank and New York Community Bank and the current regional banking failure fears, it might be a good time to get with a credit union and out of a bank. Just saying. I mean, I'm no financial advisor and I'm definitely not an expert, but I will say that you could do your research yourself and you could learn that when you have your money invested at a bank, they're allowed to gamble with your money in the stock market on anything they want. Like, they can YOLO your money into GameStop calls at a 300 strike price if they want to. Obviously, they would be shorting GameStop with your money, but like, you get what I'm saying. But if you take your money out of this giant mega bank that's famous for laundering money for Jeffrey Epstein, because obviously, why would you even want your money there? And you took it to a local credit union, which can offer you all of the same services as your giant bank, but for cheaper and for local, meaning all your money stays low. And credit unions, by definition, do not gamble with your money. They keep it in your account. I honestly don't know why anyone has their money in a bank at all. Like, out of all 30,000 of you watching this stream right now, I'd bet that less than 100 of you actually need any of the services that you can only get at a bank and not at a credit union. So if you're not in a credit union right now, and then you still aren't in a credit union whenever the next financial collapse comes, don't say I didn't warn you. I'm just saying, and I'm not a financial, and I'm definitely not saying we should do a bank run. I'm just saying that banks suck and credit unions are the shit. And there's really no reason not to support your local credit union and to support like JP Morgan Chase, literally Jeffrey Epstein's bank. And don't worry, in a second here, we're going to get to a whole list right here in just a second, a whole list of real crimes that these banks have been convicted of just in the last like 5 years. And just you wait, because they're crimes directly against people like you. They're not investors, they're depositors, among many other people they've committed crimes against. Here's all of the CEOs of all the major banks getting a public spanking by Congress that obviously didn't do much for them. Okay. So this is from Better Markets, which is an awesome, I don't think it's a nonprofit, but it's a kind of like a journalism organization. It's a market advocacy group that advocates for regular investors like us, that advocates for regulation and fairness, that is kind of a watchdog organization. Better Markets is super cool. And they compiled this report over the past 15 months since the most recent report that they released in May of 2022. Let me make this bigger for you. And I'll make our screen the right shape to fill our screen. Voila. So, over the past 15 months since the last report, the pattern of illegal conduct by the 6 mega banks has continued. Their rap sheets now include 60 more new cases, which have resulted in over $9 billion in additional fines arising from the banks ripping off, discriminating against, or financially endangering their customers, i.e. you. That means the totals from last year's rap sheet report have risen from 430 illegal actions to 490 criminal actions, and from $198.5 billion in monetary fines and sanctions to $207.7 billion in monetary sanctions. The latest examples of illegal activity by the 6 largest banks during the past 15 months include the following cases. Okay. And remember, here's the most important thing to remember while we go through this list of banks' crimes. They factor these fines into their, sorry, local, buy locals. We just passed the 2-hour mark. Locals are now kicked out of the stream. That's ridiculous, but it is how it is. If a few more of you buy me a coffee on locals with your subscriptions, then our locals will upgrade. I think I'm like 40 people away from having, I think it's the number is like 500 active supporters. Makes it so I get an extra hour of streaming time. I don't know. You're fine if you don't worry about it, but the locals are gone. Hopefully they'll find us on the other streams. Remove that from the stream. Okay. Okay. Save the changes. Okay. Sorry for the interruption. So it's important to remember while we're talking about these fines, these are big numbers. The banks are getting fined tens of billions, hundreds of billions of dollars, but they factor those fines into their cost of doing business, and they are profitable on top of those costs of doing business. And those fines are just a fraction of the profits that they make off of the illegal actions that they are being fined for. And it is not actually a punishment. It is just the government taking a cut of the illegal actions. Okay? Remember that, right? Just remember that. Because all these numbers are really big. And you have to remember that the profits are much, much bigger. Otherwise, they wouldn't do them. And that's why we all need to demand jail time for these crimes, not fines, jail time, or all profits and then some as the value of the fine, at the very least. So, in May 2022, Bank of America, Chase Bank, and other financial institutions paid $67 million in a settlement because they were fixing prices with credit card issuers to keep your ATM fees artificially inflated so that you were paying more in fees for your credit cards so that they could get rich. Goldman Sachs. Oh, here's some GameStop related stuff. We'll come back to this in the future too. In April of 2023, just last year, 1 year ago, Goldman Sachs paid $15 million for illegally failing to disclose dozens of pre-trade mid-market marks. Oh, sorry, that's not actually the one I wanted to tell you about. It's the next one. Goldman Sachs was fined $3 million for mistakenly, quote unquote, marking tens of millions of stock orders as long instead of short. Let me read that again. They just mistakenly, accidentally marked all these short sales as longs. I'm sure that didn't have anything to do with naked shorting stocks or with shorting stocks that they had positions that they wanted the stocks to go down. I'm sure it didn't have anything to do with wanting to hide short positions in the market, obviously, because we all know that the shorts are highly ethical people and they wouldn't have any reason to lie to anyone about what they're doing in the market, especially if they were shorting, like, you know, companies like GameStop, for example. But we'll get into that another time. But I'm just telling you that it's like very much officially documented that companies will mismark shorts as longs because it's all self-reported. It's like literally reported in Excel spreadsheets sometimes. It's not like there's some like computer program where the trades only go through if they get marked. It's not like literally like your fourth grader at school taking like a standardized Wassel test on their computer. They have a higher standard of security with their standardized testing in fourth grade than these bankers have when they're reporting their trades to the federal government. It's all self-reported. And if they just mistakenly mismarked all of the downs as though they were ups, whoopsies. But don't worry, they got caught. And I'm sure that the fine was at least like 1% of the profits. The very next one here. Wells Fargo agreed to pay its shareholders $1 billion to settle a class action lawsuit alleging the bank and its former leadership misled investors and the public about its response to allegations that the bank was improperly opening customer accounts without permission. What? They were lying about the fact that they were improperly opening consumer accounts without permission. Interesting. Goldman Sachs was discriminating against women. Bank of America in May of last year had to pay $8 million in a class action lawsuit because they were charging customers repeated fees for insufficient funds. So they were just charging you all extra fees that literally they just added and hoped you didn't notice. Credit unions. Okay, JP Morgan. agreed to pay roughly $290 million to settle a class action lawsuit by the victims of Jeffrey Epstein, alleging that the bank not only ignored, but in fact facilitated Epstein's crimes because he had been a valuable client and helped introduce new wealthy clients to the bank. But they had no idea. Obviously, they could never have known what he was doing. None of them knew. Like, obviously. So they were just banking a rich financier. My mustache is coming out. In June 2023, the same month, JP Morgan Chase agreed to pay $4 million to the SEC after approximately $47 million. Oh, wow. Interesting. Right when they get caught and called out for banking Jeffrey Epstein, and they're like, we had no idea. We just didn't know that Jeffrey was Jeffrey. Right then, just mysteriously, let me blow this up so you can read along with me. 47 million emails belonging to its retail banking group were mistakenly and permanently deleted. Whoopsies. We just accidentally deleted 47 million emails. I'm sure they had nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. Obviously. Because like they would never intentionally delete records about their illegal activity involving Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, like, and even at like, and they wouldn't even want to do that because they got fined $4 million. That's like so much money. Like, how will they ever recover from being fined $4 million for deleting the evidence that totally was not the evidence that they were knowingly banking a black market child pedophile ring that had nothing to do with, you know, Mossad and the CIA? Like, sometimes emails just disappear. I mean, just ask Hillary. It's crazy. Emails just poof, gone. Who knows? Okay, Bank of America. $150 million in penalties and $100 million in disgorgement, so $250 total, from Bank of America for illegally charging junk overdraft fees, withholding credit card rewards, and opening fake accounts. Literally, they got charged $250 million because they were just charging Bank of America customers fees that didn't exist and inventing overdraft fees and withholding credit card rewards that are like were supposed to be your money, withholding, like, bruh, why does anyone bank at a bank? Credit unions. I'm just saying. See, the list just keeps going on. These are all from 2023, if you hadn't noticed. Just from 2023. Right there, like Wells Fargo paid $35 million because they just overcharged more than 10,900 investment advisory accounts, more than 26.8 million in fees. Like, meaning you inherited some money from your dead Nana and you wanted to invest it in the stock market. And so you went to Wells Fargo and were like, yo, Wells, I hear y'all are great at managing my investments. Could you help me out and help me invest my money in the stock market? And they're like, yeah, we'll open an investment account for you. And there's going to be some fees associated with that investment account, obviously, because like it's a service, brah. Don't worry about it. And then they just proceeded to charge $26.8 million in made up fees, hoping no one would notice. These are all crimes from just last year. There's Goldman Sachs failing to accurately report their trading again. Quote, willfully violated the broker-dealer record-keeping and reporting provisions of the federal securities laws. JP Morgan Chase, another settlement in September to the government of the U.S. Virgin Islands to settle a federal suit alleging that the bank processed over $1 billion with a B of Jeffrey Epstein related to his sex trafficking activity from 2003 to 2019. It goes on and on and on and on and on. We don't even have time for all that. Key takeaways are fuck the banks. Fuck the banks. They are the problem. These numbers are over the last 23 years. Bank of America has been fined a total of $93 billion. JP Morgan Chase comes in second, $40 billion of fines. And it's important to remember, they have profited greatly, well beyond all of those fines. So imagine what $93 billion would do for the American public if it was invested in the public school system, right? The fees, the fines that they've paid in these legal processes were a small fraction of the profits that they made from committing these crimes, which is literally just them stealing money from all of us. Okay? So if 93 billion are the fines just leveled against Bank of America, up here you can see that 207 billion is the total fines across all these banks, then the actual amount that they've stolen from all of us must be far more than 207 billion just in the last 20 something years. That's like enough to like repave every road and rebuild every school. That's enough to feed all the homeless people and give them a house. That's enough to fix basically any America. Like you could build 100 border walls for that cost. Like whatever you needed to fix, you could fix it. But obviously you can't, because like bankers got a bank, bro. They're an important contributing member of society. And it's important to remember that like they have feelings too. And you know, they come first. It's just the way it is. Deal with it, peasant. So, long, brief tangent just to remind us all that these are the banks that are the owners of all of the shares of all of the corporations that run our world, right? And so when we are over here in the BlackRock spreadsheet, right, and we are looking at Johnson & Johnson here, and Johnson & Johnson is majority owned by all these financial institutions. Those financial institutions are literally criminal organizations. Remember that. And it's those literally criminal organizations that hold all of the shares, that control all the voting power, that elect all of these totally not criminal humans to run a company like Johnson & Johnson, which totally did not know that they were giving your baby cancer when they just tried to block all the lawsuits and silence all the people that were speaking up about the fact that there was literally shitloads of carcinogens in the baby powder that they were selling, right? It's a good thing they have a fucking cancer expert on their board of directors. So, the picture is building, right? If you're new here, we've been building this picture in pieces, explaining, detailing, picking apart why the point of shares. So to quickly summarize here, BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street and all the other financial institutions, they own a massive amount of the shares of the US stock market. And most people are under the misimpression that why that matters is because of all the money that they control. But that's not true, because most of those shares are bought using our money through retirement accounts, through investments like ETFs and index funds and mutual funds. Most of that money is not technically theirs, it's ours. And they hold these stocks on behalf of us. We're the beneficial owners, they're the holder, etc. But you can look, we already looked it up, and you can look it up for yourself, that when you hold investments in things like ETFs and index and mutual funds, the fund managers are the ones that manage the voting rights that go with those shares, right? So sure, you might beneficially own the shares, but you're not voting them in the stock market. And those votes are what elect the boards of directors of all of these companies. And that's why we've just shown that all these companies' ownership structures lead upwards to all of the biggest banks and financial institutions and the asset managers like BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard. And they all own each other. And it's that ownership structure that decides who's electing who. And it's all that share voting power that determines all of the electoral power within the corporate world across the entire stock market. And when you replicate that concept to Johnson & Johnson and to Pfizer and to Estee Lauder and to BlackRock and to the whole defense contractor industry and to Saudi Aramco and Royal Dutch Shell and every corporation in the world, all the same people are electing the boards of all of the corporations in every sector. And the people that are electing those boards in all of those sectors are the very criminals we were just talking about, getting fined for literally screwing their customers over knowingly just so they can get richer, right? Yes, they are controlling us with our own money. You are right. It is way too much. So that's where we're at so far, is breaking it down piece by piece by piece to show that it's like, it's all right in front of us and it's all right there. And they want you to like bicker amongst yourselves and not understand how the stock market works and not understand how these things work and think it's all about the money and all about getting rich and like blame it on how rich they are. But it's not about the money. It's about the share voting rights and the control that gives them. Like, they're already rich. They're not there for the money. Like, yeah, the money helps them get more, but it's the share voting rights. When we're talking about BlackRock, when we're talking about Vanguard having too much control over the market, it's not that they have too much money because they're just managing our money. It's that they control all the voting rights, right? So, speaking of shares and share voting rights, I'm just going to briefly dip our toes into GameStop land to remind you of a few very important market mechanics that a lot of people don't realize, because like, it's completely illogical that the things would work this way. But like, just remember that the whole GameStop thing happened back in 2021 and has been happening ever since. If you know, you know, because people started to notice that the reporting was showing the short interest of GameStop. This is kind of small for you. I don't know if you can see in that screenshot, but it was showing short interest on GameStop as high as 313%. If you're not familiar with what short interest means, what that means is that when you short a stock, you borrow a share and sell it, and you're going to close that out later. So that way you can bet that it's going to go down because you'll sell it and get that money now. And then later when it's cheaper, you'll buy it back and close the trade. Short selling is a way to bet the market's going to go down. And it also creates downward pressure because now there's a lot of extra selling. And a short interest is a measurement of that, right? And 300% short interest, what that means, 100% is the whole, every stock that exists, right? 100% of the company is 100% of the company. And so when everyone saw that it was like 200%, 300% short interest, what that means is that more than 3 times of every share that is supposed to exist has been borrowed and short sold. Which is like, bro, excuse me? I mean, like, yes, theoretically, you can rehypothecate a short sale. So I could borrow it and short sell it. And then the person that has it could lend it to someone else to borrow and short sell. But like, come on, how many times are we going to rehypothecate? And that's before we had insiders openly admitting that all the big financial institutions naked short sell all the time. Not to mention that we just saw how they get charged and convicted of just marking shorts as longs. It's like, we don't want to report any more of our shorts because like it's already at 313%. So just mark all of those as longs and let's forget about it. Hopefully no one notices. So that's one thing I want you to just remember. Okay. What was the other thing that was in here I want you to remember? That's a little in the GameStop weeds. We could do a whole GameStop stream sometime. That'd be a good time. Both for the GameStop homies and for those that are curious but don't actually know what happened and what's happening. So we'll do that another time. I need a drink. How you guys doing, friends? We're still climbing. We're at 34,000. Chilling. Friday night. Free Speech Fridays. We're actually getting up there in the time now. We're approaching 2.5 hours on the stream because we started early. Still fucking going. I love seeing that you guys are chatting in the comments. Yeah, GameStop stream, GME stream would be a good time. I think we'll definitely do that in the future. Okay. Globalist organizations. Okay. Different vectors of control. Man, I feel like I could spend a whole fucking night just on this chart. And I don't remember if I went into Estee Lauder pre-stream or since the stream started. I'm not sure if I did that when we were previewing or not. Because I want to talk about the Rothschilds. We'll get back to it. So, the vectors of control that we've talked about so far are shareholder voting rights, electing the boards of all the corporations that manage how companies are working, what they're doing, who they're hiring, etc., right? But there's a lot more vectors of control than just that tie into corporate control. And one of the most important and least talked about ones are think tanks, is probably the right word to use. The Business Roundtable is not exactly a think tank. The Business Roundtable is more of a lobbying organization. It was formed out of the CEOs of several big corporations decades back, and it's only grown in its role. They do things like lobby against any bills that would be bad for corporations. They lobby for legislation that will be pro-corporate hegemony, basically. And they frame it all as though it's the Business Roundtable, bro. We're like here to look out for businesses, like, small businesses like Amazon, And if you want to be involved with the Business Roundtable, all you need to do is be the CEO of a massive mega corporation. So you could get your seat at the round table where you could advocate for small businesses, right? Small businesses like Apple and like the NASDAQ, like Citi, PepsiCo, Walmart, Procter & Gamble, Eli Lilly Pharmaceuticals, American Express. This is the current board of the Business Roundtable. And so that's one vector by which these corporations can get a seat at that table to help lobby the government to pass legislation that is pro all of these people, right? Well, that's just one vector, okay? Then you got the Aspen Institute, which is like straight up CIA. Here's a letter. So think tanks, if you don't know what think tanks are, you should really look up the whole concept of a think tank. Because a think tank was sort of like invented back in, I guess, maybe like kind of the turn of the century, like 1900s. And the idea was that it's like a bunch of smart people getting together and chitting and chatting, and then like going out into the world and doing something to influence policy or to advise governments or to advise corporations or whatever, right? And what that has evolved into is basically corporate sponsored independent lobbying groups and information groups that like all these corporations pay to fund this group, and they get their seat at that table. And then that group is like determined to be like the experts on whatever type of policy. And then that group is the advisors to our government. Totally not just corporations doing it, but you're about to see what I mean here. The Aspen Institute, here's a letter. And it's too small for you to read, but this is a letter from the year they were founded, I believe, June 11th, 1959. And it's the director of the Aspen Institute writing to the director of the CIA saying, hey, we just founded this great think tank, and I think you're going to love it. And as the director of the CIA, we would really appreciate if you would come to our think tank, and we will literally suck your dick for you to do that, because like, we want to be friends with the CIA so badly. Please just come be our friend. That's literally what it says, like word for word. I like verbatim in quotations, quote it. And to this day, they every year. Oh, is that those screenshots are in my other? No, they're here. So to this day, they still invite the director of the CIA every year to their conferences. Bill Burns, the current director of the CIA in 2023, attended. In 2022, attended every year. We'll talk about Bill Burns another time and how he was like good buddies with Epstein and how Epstein got him the job in charge of one of these other globalist think tanks. And then he got the job to be the director of the CIA straight out of that globalist think tank, that Jeffrey Epstein got him the job into the globalist think tank. Yeah, that's a true story. We'll talk about that in a minute. So Aspen Institute is big on advising the government. They hold like it's like TED Talks, but for like the government, basically, right? Rather than it being like Malcolm Gladwell talking about spaghetti sauce with his frizzy hair everywhere, it's like the CIA director talking about how great the CIA is, or it's like Vivian Schillingberger or whatever her name is, Vivian Schilling, this bitch, getting together all of her media buddies from big media like the New York Times, old Twitter, CNNBC, and everyone, like literally the whole media conglomerate. They all got together, and right before the 2020 election, had a whole little Hunter Biden seminar where they like war gamed out what to do in case there was like a leak about Hunter Biden that was bad. This is before the laptop thing, and they just like war gamed out like if there was misinformation that came out about this guy, like we would want to combat that misinformation because it would be bad to have misinformation about this guy. And so if there was a leak, it would probably be misinformation. And this is how we would probably want to deal with it as like honorable news companies, right? And they had a whole, like literally like a scenario that they like war gamed out collectively. That's the kind of stuff that they do at the Aspen Institute. And I probably shouldn't talk about it anymore or else YouTube's going to fucking ruin my channel. But yeah, you can look into that if you want. But the spicier part of the globalist organization, we can talk about the World Economic Forum. I mean, I'm sure we already all know just how effed up they are, but like, you have to realize these globalist organizations, their partners are literally, it's just a pay to play scheme, right? So you get a different partner level depending on how much money your corporation pays. And if your corporation pays more, you get a better seat at the table and you get more of a voice. And then that voice becomes the policies that get advocated, like, right? You see what I'm saying there? And so when you look at the World Economic Forum advocating for this great new world order, this whole you will own nothing and be happy, this whole stakeholder capitalism is going to be better for everyone. You know who it's going to be better for? It's going to be better for all the people that are paying them a lot of money to advocate for what they're advocating. And that would be all of these folks like Google and BlackRock and Boston Consulting Group and all the banks, you know, Palantir, the CIA, Pfizer, UBS, Verizon, Visa, Volkswagen, Unilever, Coca-Cola, Uber, Sony, all of the bitches, all of them. These are just, all of them paid at least $500,000 per year for their membership. All these dudes, $500,000 per year just to be on my cute little spreadsheet. Fucking dumb bitches. Oh, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Don't forget them. And then there's also this whole list of people that pay $250,000 per year. So it's just a pay to play scheme. That's what the World Economic Forum is. It's just a corporate pay to play fraud. But it's not just the World Economic Forum. Let me zoom out here. Where else do we got a list of corporate bullshit? The Council on Foreign Relations, the Brookings Institute. These guys are a little more complicated in their structure, but they're really interesting to talk about. So I think we'll go there next. Yeah, that's the Business Roundtable. Yeah, we'll briefly touch on the Carnegie Endowment. They're all the same though. They're all just, oh, you know what one is really fucked up is the Atlantic Council. The Atlantic Council is like deeply tied to our government, lobbying Not like lobbying is the wrong word because lobbying is implying like political lobbying, like money to campaigns. But I mean lobbying in terms of like advising. Okay. And the Atlantic Council is real big on advising our government what to do. And it's kind of sketchy. I appreciate all you guys hanging out in here on a Friday night, free speeching. So, oh, that's Bilderberg. Ooh, that's a whole other tinfoil agenda over there. Atlantic Council's down here. Don't worry, YouTube. We're not going to talk about the Bilderberg group. We would never spread misinformation like that. So the Atlantic Council, which is basically just a giant CIA circle jerk. People like Henry Kissinger, Judith Miller, Leon Panetta. You can see where I've given little pieces of context, like DCIA means Director of Central Intelligence Agency. DCI means Director of Central Intelligence, James Woolsey. Condoleezza Rice, 9/11 involvement. These are all noteworthy former directors of Atlantic Council. Noteworthy members, people like Pfizer, Raytheon, Blackstone Group. Investor AB is the Wallenberg family, the World Bank. They have members that are like just governors and presidents and prime ministers all around the world. It's just a giant security state circle jerk. Their chairman is a Goldman Sachs guy. Goldman Sachs is their biggest sponsor. Facebook partnered up with them to totally protect our election in 2020. So if you don't know about think tanks, it's really worth learning about think tanks and just how they influence the world so that you can just kind of keep your eye out for names like the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, the Council on Foreign Relations, the Atlantic Council, etc., because they hold a massive amount of sway in the political sphere, and they tend to operate from kind of behind the shadows, but like it's kind of a big deal. And once again, they're funded by just a bunch of rich people. Some of them are corporations and some of them are literally individuals. But $1 million+ donations in 2019, Facebook and Goldman Sachs and the Rockefeller Foundation. Oh yeah, and the United Arab Emirates, a foreign country, all donated $1 million+ to our Atlantic Council think tank that's advising our government about how to engage in foreign policy abroad. Nothing wrong with a foreign country donating $1 million+ to that whole situation, obviously. We're like real spicy on our lighting in here tonight. I figure maybe we should tone it down a little bit. It's getting pretty dark outside though, so it's just going to be a little spicy in here. That's how it's going to be. But just real quick, like Facebook and Goldman Sachs every year, they're in the $1 million+ there. But then you also got people like Blackstone, British Petroleum, Burisma. Wait a minute, Burisma? Where have I heard that name before? Dell, FedEx, NATO, whatever. You get the picture. It's a giant pay-to-play scheme. And the more you pay, the more of a voice you get at the table where people all get together with a bunch of intelligence agency operatives and tell the government what's going on in the world and what we should do about it. Because who better to know than a bunch of mega corporations and a bunch of CIA operatives? Obviously. Is it worth showing you their annual reports? Shaping the global future together. Maybe it's just worth showing you this one picture. This is their annual report from last year. That's the kind of stuff they're shaping. Is Biden and Zelensky being buddies, which are obviously both great guys doing really important things for the world, YouTube. So it's a good thing that someone is looking out for them. Definitely don't look into Mr. Wallenberg and the Wallenberg family. I would never talk about them on YouTube because they're just such great people with such unbesmirched names that there would never even be anything bad to say about the Wallenberg family anyways. So I would never suggest that you would go and look into the Wallenberg family on your own with a VPN. Maybe one more think tank worth mentioning here. We'll skip over the World Economic Forum there. The Carnegie Endowment for International Peace is a grand old time because this is where the director of the CIA, Bill Burns, is that in a different section of my notes? It is in a different section of my notes. But yeah, this is where just another think tank that's a little more intelligence agency aligned. And I guess it's right here. The chairperson of Carnegie's board of trustees is former U.S. Secretary of Commerce Penny Pritzker. The Pritzkers are a famous crime family. And the organization's president is former California Supreme Court Justice Mariano Florentino Cuellar, who replaced the CIA director William J. Burns when he became the CIA director. And William J. Burns became the CIA director, but before that, he got the job here at Carnegie Endowment for International Peace because Jeffrey Epstein referred him here. Because, I mean, Jeffrey Epstein obviously just has connections at think tanks that are associated with the CIA. Can't imagine why. But so think tanks are just an important sort of like side quest on the journey of understanding how the corporate world is controlled and connected, because this is where you start to get a little more aligned with like intelligence agencies and government operations, but also you can see how a lot of them are actually just corporate sponsored fronts for corporate interests. And sometimes there's not a lot of difference between a think tank and a lobbying organization. And so, you know, yeah, if you guys are in the comments, my notes are all in the Obsidian app. I'll briefly, I say this on, I think, every stream, but just to show you real quick, this app is Obsidian. And what I do is I use the feature called canvases, which is the little button up here in the top left. Most people are using Obsidian for like fucking note taking, where they're like typing out all their notes every day and they're like linking notes to notes and it's all text and it's just a giant fucking mess. And I don't understand why you would ever use that feature, like the main features of the app. I just use the canvas features, and all I do is canvas, where I'm just clipping the photos in and putting notes on, and it's actually not their main feature at all. And hopefully in the future they build out on it and make it better, because like that's the best part of the fucking app. So that's what we're doing here. And I think we're about to move away from globalist organizations. The Council on Foreign Relations is huge, and they're probably one of the most important ones, but we don't have time for all this shit. So we'll skip on ahead. Brookings is another big one. Okay. Grocery stores. Let me just let you sit on this graphic here for a second while I take a sip of my beverage. This is just a classic chart of who owns everything. I did not make it. You can find this yourself on the internet. I want a little more light in my life. I want a little bit of that. See, how's that doing? How's that doing? A little more vibey, a little less conspiratorial, a lot more purple. Okay. Giant web of what not to eat. You're goddamn right. You see your logo in here, you throw that shit in the trash right away. Straight to jail. Okay. History of the CIA. It's worth mentioning real quick, kind of in passing, that people tend to think of the CIA as a government operation. They tend to think of intelligence agencies as government operations. And you're kind of just going to have to take my word on my opinion of this, and you should do your own research, and everyone should learn about intelligence agencies, because all governments are run as intelligence agencies today. the world fundamentally changed during the Cold War, and it's critical to understand the nature of clandestine covert operations, because that's how all governments operate today. And the actual face of government is literally just a political front, because everything is covert ops, because war is now nuclear, which means that war is now covert and subversive at all times, always, everywhere. Okay. So the thing about the history of the CIA and all of the intelligence agencies that most people that aren't familiar don't recognize is that the CIA was founded by corporate lawyers, and it was founded to represent corporate interests in a lot of ways, not the government's interests. And they did they played ball with the government to get the government to grant them the powers that they needed to have, because it's a very unique position in the world to have a blank check on government funds to have a legal sanctioning to use force in covert ways all around the world, sanctioned by the biggest empire in the world. Like the blank check for covert action that an organization like the CIA has is an incredible power that no other organization in the world has. Like, Lockheed Martin is a powerful defense contractor, but they are not sanctioned by the US government officially to go and assassinate the president of another nation. But the CIA is, and they've done it before without consent of the president at times. And sometimes they've done things directly against the consent of the president. That's a whole other rabbit hole, though. But the point is that the founders of the CIA, the Dulles brothers, Alan and John Foster, they were corporate lawyers at Sullivan and Cromwell, which is a whole rabbit hole. If you want to look into Sullivan and Cromwell, they were the lawyers for FTX and Sam Bankman-Fried and all sorts of fraud in between then and now. But the whole history of these two men is them representing corporate clients. And the very first thing that the CIA did once they were incorporated, like within the first 2 years, is they went and overthrew the government of Guatemala, and they clearly did it on behalf of United Fruit Company, which was a client of Sullivan and Cromwell that they had been representing for years. And Guatemala was doing shit to United Fruit's land holdings down there that they didn't like. And so they got the US government and the CIA and their buddies, the Dulles brothers, that were their lawyers, to go and literally overthrow a government on behalf of a fruit company, a corporation, right? And that pattern is repeated over and over and over again all throughout the history of the CIA. And then in that many ways, like aspects of the US government and the US deep state, the people that are unelected that have a lot of power that are doing things, like, can't help but notice that after 9/11, we went and invaded a country that had nothing to do with 9/11, and a bunch of people did a bunch of big business there. There was other reasons too, there was other factions involved. But then, like, you also can't help but notice that, like, Afghanistan suddenly started making a whole lot of opium again the moment we invaded. I mean, we learned last week, if you weren't there last week, we learned that the Bush family is exceptionally good at finding massive fields of opium and selling it all around the world. Both Papa and baby boy George, they're both really good at finding supplies of opioids. And it's always tied into corporate interests, because the last piece of the covert ops thing, the last piece of the CIA that's important to touch on here, that I think a lot of us know, but you don't necessarily like put in the front of your mind, is that the point of an intelligence agency, the point of covert operations, is the only point is to have plausible deniability, right? If you don't need plausible deniability, it's not a covert operation. You can just send the military, right? Like if you just want to commit war, like you want to go to war, just send the military. It's way stronger, way more powerful. If you want to like send a diplomat, send a diplomat. But if you need, the only reason you have a CIA or a KGB or a Mossad, the only reason is so that you can conduct operations that can't be traced back to you, right? Like that's the point. And so that plausible deniability is like the question of how do you get plausible deniability? And ever since the start, they all found out and learned and then honed the craft of realizing that the way you get plausible deniability is by operating through corporations, not through the government, right? For obvious reasons. So like if you wanted to start a coup in the country like Ukraine back in 2014, maybe, for example, it would be pretty unwise to send a U.S. military personnel. And obviously we didn't do this. Obviously, like YouTube, just understand if you're on YouTube that like we didn't do this. This is a hypothetical that like, and I'm explaining why it would be so silly to do this, right? Because like you wouldn't send like a U.S. government official or like an army like squadron to that country to like foment a revolution and start a coup. Because then if anybody caught them, it'd be like, bro, why is the Americans starting a coup over here on the border of Russia? That's a bad call, right? So what you would do is you would funnel some money through a corporation out there somewhere, maybe to another group, down to another group, and then like over to this rebel group that's already there and already pissed. And that's the history of the CIA all throughout their history, like forever. And they've always operated through shell corporations. And it's the clearest way to find that is to research the history of the CIA smuggling drugs in Vietnam, which is like open history that's been declassified because they got exposed for it all. We went deep on that last week. And if you missed last week's stream, pop some more popcorn and buckle the fuck up because last week's stream was crazy. We exposed like literally the whole CIA Rothschild banking empire collaboration to sell drugs all around the world for 40 or 50 years in collaboration with the president of the United States of America. It was a whole thing. But that era is a bunch of really clear data of how the CIA and all intelligence agencies use shell companies and corporations to engage in their activities. And then when you pair that with the fact that they've been operating on behalf of corporations basically since the start, then tie that back into what we're talking about here with all these corporations doing all their shady shit. And you like zoom over here to Estee Lauder and you realize that this is like literally like a giant mob family who made all of their original wealth like in collaboration with the mob and the mafia. And then they're like also on the board is a Rothschild who is collaborating with the Bronfmans. If you know your history, then you know. And so corporate vectors of control via money, via shareholder voting rights, via controlling who gets into the club. And then once you're in the club, then you start to get access to these other vectors of power, like being in the Aspen Institute, like being in NATO, like, you know, joining globalist organizations, think tanks, etc., getting your voice at those tables. You get your voice at those tables, maybe you get like kind of side recruited by these agencies to have, you know, it's just like ladders of power, webs of dealings, and all along everyone's blackmailing each other with all kinds of shit. So history of the CIA done. McBroken, that was a funny rabbit hole, but we're going to skip it. Media and monopolies. Here's the problem is I can just go through my notes for fucking ever and it'll be never ending. So we're going to have to stop at some point here. USAID, you are correct. That is a giant money laundering operation. That's quote. Okay, that's a good comment, Gerardo. That's why Putin said the CIA is his real enemy in the Tucker interview. And it's important to remember, everyone, like, and it's not me saying that Putin's a good guy. Like, Putin is a complex human that has done lots of horrible things. Like, he's just a guy, you know, he's a strong man, and strong men have done lots of horrible things. But there's almost no one in the world better qualified to recognize Western intelligence operations than the dude whose entire career has been combating Western intelligence operations, right? Like, his whole career was in the KGB combating the CIA, right? And his whole career has been defending Russia against, like, the Cold War never ended. And it's clearly still going on today. So I find everything that Putin is saying about the attacks, Ukraine, about the whole situation, I find it really interesting to hear what he's saying out loud, because that's not even what he believes in private, but it's like what it's fascinating. So, and obviously you shouldn't believe everything Putin says at face value either. You know, you should think about his motives and his perspectives and everything, but like definitely don't believe what the US is saying at face value. Okay. Media monopolies. This is obvious, but it's just more of the same. The boards of places like Comcast is just like, look, I dare you to find someone on this board of directors that has experience dealing with media at all. Right? Like, why hire someone who's good at media when you could hire a banker and a real estate manager and a banker and a chemical company guy and a banker and a Pepsi Cola guy, a guy that makes cheap ass spices and Royal Cruises. Oh, sorry, that's a girl. Oh, Wharton School of Pennsylvania. Hey, maybe he's a CIA operative. Oh, hey, Yum Brands, KFC, Pizza Hut, Taco Bell. That'll be really helpful when you're reporting the news. Oh, and then this guy who's real tied to Israel and the Wharton School of Pennsylvania and the Business Roundtable. Don't worry. He's totally not a Mossad CIA operative in charge, the CEO of Comcast, which is MSNBC. I'm sure he was picked for his squash skills. He goes to the Jewish Olympics every year. Where does it say what he does? Oh, that's from the games. He attends it as, I don't think I cut that part in. But he's like a world champion. I think he's a squash player. And he goes to the Jewish Olympics in Israel every year to play squash. CEO of Comcast. So yeah, not a single person on their board has any media experience at all. Tells you a lot about the leadership, about the content on MSNBC. And a fun factoid you can look up yourself is that programs like Rachel Maddow, for example, like all of the news programs on mainstream media, they're not actually classified in the legal documents as news programs. They're classified as opinion programming. That's literally the phrase that's used because it's not news, it's opinions. And they want to be protected from any legal action against them as though they were misreporting the news. And so in all of the legal frameworks that they use, you can look this up, they call it opinion programming, which is just a really ironic choice of words when you think about it. But the same story is true when you come over to Walt Disney. Who's on the board of Walt Disney? Which is, we're talking about like all of the Disney studios as well as ABC, Marvel, ESPN, National Geographic, Lucasfilms, etc. Well, we've got Nike. We've got defense contractors and cars. We've got the CIA and Oracle and banking. We've got fucking chemicals. Cisco is kind of like, no, not really. We've got pharmaceuticals, antivirus software, Instacart. Fuck yeah. They'll sell you a Coca-Cola. We got some bankers and some globalist think tanks, more bankers. And then Bob Iger, the CEO, more bankers. Lululemon and Sephora. Calvin, look at this dude. Look at this motherfucker. Calvin. He looks like a Calvin. Lululemon, Sears, and Sephora. Yep. Or pharmaceuticals and Target. Not a single one of them has. Okay, Meta. You could argue that Meta is some experience in the media field, right? Sky might be broadcasting. Yeah, so Sky is media experience. Good for you, Jeremy. You got a little bit. And other than that, none whatsoever on the board of Disney. Funny how that works. And then, you know the rest of that story. Okay. Let's briefly talk about how. So we've talked about how Wall Street elects the boards of directors of every corporation in America, and through that voting power, they elect, I'm sure great people with a lot of experience that's super relevant, but like certainly people that owe them favors now. Certainly people that will promote the, things they're looking to promote. And you can just look up like the video of Larry Fink saying we need to force behaviors, which was taken out of context. But what he meant was like, we need to incentivize corporations to save the world with ESG, obviously, to like push the agenda that we're pushing, because like they won't do it on their own. And so what we need to do is, with all of our share voting power, we need to tell these fucking CEOs that if you don't come into line and promote the ESG policies I want you to promote, I'll fucking unelect you and put someone else in your place, bro. That's more or less what he meant, is forcing behaviors. And so you can only imagine what kind of leverage they're exerting over all the people they're electing on all of these boards of directors, all of the pushing of ideas and of policies and of just like corrupt motherfuckers to the top. Because it's not like everything is an agenda. It's not like it's necessarily like a globalist agenda to like, maybe it is, to like put poison in your food. But it certainly is an agenda to profit at all costs. And if you put someone amoral into the position at the top of the Archer Daniel Mills food company, and their goal is to profit at all costs, you're damned right they're going to use really cheap seed oils that are shitty for your body. And it's like, oh, well, if that happens to benefit Pfizer down the line when you have diabetes. But the same people own both companies. They both get rich off both, and they both put both people in the place. So I'm not saying it's a big, like, I'm not saying like it's like my screenshot and they're like literally all sitting at the table, and like I'm not trying to say that it's like literally a cabal of people sitting at a table making all the plans. I'm just saying that it's like, when you exert pressure in many directions on many systems, all in the same general direction, you wind up with a lot of the same results that continue things in the same direction. And if you benefit from that direction, then you just keep pushing, right? So now let's talk about the regulators, the people that are supposed to hold the financial market to account. The DTCC is not exactly a regulator. The DTCC is the holding company that holds everyone's stocks that are actually not real. But that's a whole other topic. But the DTCC is the company that basically makes the whole stock market work. They're the company that that everyone that is on the stock market registers with them. And then they give you your shares. They hold the real shares in their vault, so to speak. And then they give you the certificates that you sell on the open market so that you and I can all buy the shares, right? And so they're in charge of the mechanics that keep the market working. And if, for example, like a pesky little stock like GameStop were to like cause a short squeeze that was going to maybe like explode some of the biggest financial institutions in the markets, and maybe like create some really like big multi-trillion-dollar problems for like all the big banks that were on the other side of that trade, then the DTCC would be like the ones that would be in charge of all of the mechanics of making sure that the fraudulent shorting and all that stuff wasn't ever happening. Because obviously that would never happen in a market as great and like respectable as ours. And you know how great and respectable our market is because the company that's in charge of keeping the stock market running and controlling all the shares is obviously staffed by all the most reputable insiders imaginable. I mean, who better to make sure that the market is running effectively than people that come from all the big banks, as well as from all the regulators like BNY Mellon. FINRA is one of the biggest regulators, Securities and Exchange Commission, rubbing shoulders with people from PwC, Booz & Co., Citibank, Lehman Brothers, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan Chase, Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan Chase. Oh, hey, Citadel, that Citadel that totally did not, naked short GameStop and then lie on the stand about it. I mean, obviously he didn't, because that would be illegal. So I'm just like giving you a scroll through of the type of club that you're not in. And really everyone's in the club except for you and your poor ass, because it's important that the club keep the market running effectively, right? And smoothly and efficiently. And if you wanted to own stocks in a company, you'd want to have faith that your stocks were legitimate and weren't actually just fake slips of paper that meant nothing and that they could turn the buy button off at any time. And so that's why you have such reputable individuals from such highly reputable non-criminal financial organizations making sure the market's running smoothly. Don't even get me started on the board of FINRA, the actual regulator, which is actually staffed by all the bankers that regulate all the banks. That's a whole other story. But yeah. Is it worth going there? Okay, I'll just briefly skim it and I'll tell you. So FINRA, the financial, what's that actually stand for? Financial Industry Regulatory Authority, FINRA. It is like very much the regulator. Okay. And when you scroll through their board, the head of Vanguard is on their board. Funny how that works. This guy's from Susquehanna, keyword sus in the Susquehanna. Federal Reserve, HSBC, one of the most corrupt banks ever. HSBC was literally the opium smuggling bank founded in Hong Kong to help the British Empire smuggle opium into China during the Opium Wars. That's why HSBC was founded. Just in case you didn't know what HSBC was, HSBC is the British government's opium bank for opium warring all over China back in the 1800s. I'm sure they're good guys now, though, obviously. Then we have Brookings Institute. This is Capital One and Accenture, Freddie Mac, and Bank of America. Remember, this is at the regulator. These are the people regulating all the banks. Catalyst is just an interesting rabbit hole. St. Louis, the Fed, eToro, great brokerage, Morgan Stanley. So, I mean, at least it's not as corrupt as like some of these other boards of directors, but I can only imagine what Vanguard and Susquehanna and HSBC are doing to regulate the regulations on the regulated regulations. It's very highly regulated. So the regulations are captured. The corporations are advising the think tanks that are advising the government on how to regulate the system. The whole system is set up by the people that have the most money, electing the people that they want to have the power in the system to run the whole system all over your ass. We spent all last week going through the 5-Star Trust, which explicitly lays out in detail how like they'll sometimes just get together and smoke drugs on the side just for fun. You know, like things like an opioid epidemic. Those things don't just come out of nowhere. And then maybe the last thing we'll go through on this side of my notes is, if you hadn't seen it, I've talked about this before. This is someone else's work, a Reddit user that did this due diligence where he really effectively illustrated what these ownership structures look like and how you might conceptualize of it, all spiraling upwards to this like mysterious ownership at the top. And he visualized it in a really cool way that I will show you here. So if you take the company BlackRock here, for example, and you split BlackRock up into all the different ownership stakes of all the different companies that own it, the biggest owner is Merrill Lynch, because they had a merger and Merrill Lynch and BlackRock merged a long time ago. And now technically Merrill Lynch holds a bunch of the BlackRock shares. Then there's the Vanguard shares, BlackRock, State Street, Capital World Investors. These are all the different people that hold BlackRock. And white is the space for people like you and me, retail investors. This is how much of BlackRock we collectively own. And gray is insiders like Larry Fink. And all the colors are other corporations, right? But then if you think about it, like Merrill Lynch is owned by a bunch of corporations. Like, so what if you broke up Merrill Lynch's whole section here into the corporations that own Merrill Lynch? And so he did that. And now it looks like that, right? Because Berkshire Hathaway owns a whole bunch of Merrill Lynch, and then retail owns some, right? But then it's like you look at that and you're like, well, but all those corporations are actually owned by all the other corporations. So like, what if you put all that in there, right? You see where this is going? He did that. And then it just breaks down smaller and smaller and smaller. And the only places that don't break down is the white, because that's us. And we're not owned by corporations, right? So anywhere that there's white, that's like real humans, retail investors like you and me that own shares in whichever company that's a part of. Gray is insiders, which is similar, but it's like Mark Zuckerberg instead of you and me. And then all the colors are just corporations owning corporations, owning corporations, owning corporations. And realistically, it's banks owning corporations, and then banks owning the banks, owning the banks, owning the banks. Just a giant clusterfuck. And so you can go into whatever level of depth and detail you want, as he did with his algorithms. But eventually he simplifies it and says, like, any of this infinite spiral of corporate ownership, we'll just color it all black, because that's exactly what it is it's just darkness. It's just evil and darkness. And so when you visualize BlackRock like that, of when you break down the ownership stakes into the ownership stakes into the ownership stakes, this is the square that you get. White are portions that are owned by regular people like us. Gray are the portions of various corporations that are owned by insiders. Like maybe Warren Buffett is probably this one right here for Berkshire Hathaway. Maybe this one, I don't know. Maybe there's like Larry Fink down there. Maybe that's like, I don't know who that would be, right? Like, but white and gray, and then black is just MEGA-CORP, is how he visualized it. And then he repeated the process for a bunch of other companies, like Bank of America. If you start out red, there's Bank of America on level 1. There's Bank of America on level 2. And then Bank of America turns into this. Mostly just owned by MEGA-CORP with a few big blocks of retail investors. Same thing for State Street, but with far less retail investors. Same thing for Vanguard, but with far less retail investors. And then he did the same thing for a bunch of regular companies. Like Amazon's actually got a bunch of retail ownership. Best Buy, Albertsons, etc. So just a good visual to sort of clarify and to visualize what we were talking about earlier about how they all own each other. When I think about that now, ever since I read this dude's report, it's a great report. It's on Reddit. You can search it out. If you search for Reddit, Finkel is Einhorn, GameStop, you'll probably find it. Because it helps me visualize what we're talking about when we're talking about everyone just owning each other in one giant clusterfuck. And the question is, who controls all the black space, which is just the giant pool of corporate banking money at the top that's just floating between them all owning each other? Like, who actually exerts the power over all of that? That's the $1 million question. And I don't necessarily have the answer for you, but I think that you can discern some of those answers by actually looking at the people and looking at their connections and looking at who's who and who seems to hold the most power in these circles. So, welcome if you're new. If you've been hanging out all night, I appreciate you. I love you. The sun has set out here in Japan. We're at 3 hours and 8 minutes. And we're going to go for a little longer, but we're not going to make it all the way to 4 hours tonight because I got to pee and my voice is getting scratchy. Let me just check in on our comments here. I appreciate seeing all the homies in the comments. Templar, I love you. I appreciate you. Thanks, Debbie. Okay. Okay, free the people. You asked, could you upload your Obsidian Canvas files? I would love to understand this in more depth. I wish I could. And I've been trying to for quite some time, but unfortunately, so Obsidian has a share feature where you can publish your Obsidian notes to the web as a whole website. And I was like, fuck yeah. Like I can literally publish my notes and give them out. And to be honest, I was planning on publishing it and giving it out to my like $5 paid subscribers on Locals as like a thank you to them so that they could all access my notes. But then it turns out that actually the publish feature does not work with the Canvases feature. You can only publish the basic bitch normal notes, not the Canvas notes at this point, which is like literally the only feature I use is the Canvas. So that's useless. So I can't actually, I mean, it's not even like a file format. You can export them as PDFs, but that fucked up too. They were turning into like multi-100 megabyte super files that compressed all weird. And then all the blocks got all fucked up. So it was actually just a gobbledygook mishmash of messed up data. It was ruined. So far there's not a way other than live streaming for me to share my notes with you. But apparently Obsidian is working on creating they're working on adding the share feature to the canvas feature, and people have been bugging them about it. And so hopefully sometime in the next couple months, they'll make that happen. And when they do, I will publish my notes so that y'all can access them. Because you're right. It is way more effective for you to be able to scroll around in this and to look at the connection I've drawn and to read what I've written and to read the articles I pieced in here. It's way less, seeing them on a live stream is cool, but it's not the same as manipulating them yourself and actually getting to just like dive through them yourself. So that is my goal, is to give you that opportunity at some point. Okay. Boards of directors. We're not going to have time to do all the snooping, all the fun digging through these boards of directors that it deserves. But in case you missed it at the beginning, I've got this whole file here where I started at BlackRock and I pieced out all their board of directors and I went through their bios and I, figured out who they were and what they're all about and where they've worked and what their connections are. And then you start making connections. Like, so if you take BlackRock and you go up to Hans Vestberg, who's on the board of BlackRock, well, he's also the CEO of Verizon. And if we follow his train, that's over to Ericsson. If we follow his train over this way to the board of Verizon, then you might make some connections to some other people. In particular, you realize the connection to the board of Ericsson, and Ericsson is the Wallenberg family's company. And if you don't know about them, I would certainly not suggest you dig into them with a VPN, because they are an upstanding, fantastically wealthy family that many people have never heard of. Hooray, Sweden. So Hans Vestberg leads us in some interesting directions. And I mean, all these other people are interesting too. Amin H. Nasser is an interesting one. The thing about boards of directors is that really the point of a board of directors is it represents the biggest shareholders. And so the thing that BlackRock gets out of its board of directors is the influence that they represent, the connections they have, the past dealing. It's like, it's not what you know, it's who you know, right? And so they did have Bader M. al-Assad on the board for several years, and he represented the Kuwaiti oil interests, but now they got the Saudi oil interests. And it's like, yeah, you've been fun, Kuwait, but now we got the big boys. And so Kuwait's on the way out and Saudi is on the way in. And Amin H. Nasser is the president and CEO of the Saudi Arabian oil company, Saudi Aramco. And on the board of Saudi Aramco is our buddy, Mark Weinberger, who we met over on the board of Johnson & Johnson, who's also on the board of JP Morgan and Chase. There he is all over again. But then also we got Chevron guys, we got Shell guys, we got Dow Chemical guys, Citigroup, we got HSBC multiple times. Oh, this dude is literally the IMF and the World Bank. If you know, you know. So, you can start to like follow these connections. So, let's just follow one of them. Let's go HSBC. Let's jump over here. Where is the HSBC? Oh, here's HSBC. It was right here. Okay. So who's on the board? Remember, this is originally HSBC was set up in Hong Kong as the British Empire's opium smuggling bank to launder all their opium money and to like ship all their opium into China. And then when China was like, yo, we are so done with you smuggling opium into our country and getting all of our citizens addicted to opium, stop. They were like, how about the best I can do is literally declare war on you and force you to keep buying our opium. And then they did twice. Look up the opium wars. It's super fucked up. So that's HSBC. And they are, mostly just staffed by bankers and oil executives. Oh, a little bit of military industrial contract complex over here, base systems. The government of Mexico. Interesting. Oh, hey, a financial system regulator on FINRA. Neat. Okay. Well, and then it's like, what other kind of spice do you want? Well, we've already looked at the board of directors of Citigroup. This guy's on the board of HSBC, and he's formerly on the board of Citigroup. We already talked about Citigroup and the CIA. I think one of the most, some of the spicier connections, or some of the connections that you might not think about, are companies that are tied into everything, but they're not on the front of our minds as regular people because we don't consume the products at the level that they're making. And a good example is Dow DuPont, the chemical company. Dow shows up all over the place. This is the board of Goldman Sachs, the bank. And Ellen is tied to Dow Chemical Company, along with a ton of other people all over this chart. Where's Dow? Where's Dow? Where's Dow? We're going all the way down here, all the way down here. Okay. And you can see all these other lines. If you can see my cursor there, like all these other lines coming down into this Dow corner, because this is the very corner of the map. There's nothing further over here. So all of these lines are connections from Dow just to the other companies that are on my chart. And I've only got like maybe 15 companies so far on this chart. It's not that many. But Dow is connected to tons of them because Dow is actually a huge part of the petro economy because a bunch of petrochemicals are being made into plastics and solvents and all sorts of chemicals. So they're deeply tied to, people like Shell and Chevron. Sherwin-Williams Paint, it's an obvious link to a chemical company. But then they're also tied into the banking system. They got a bunch of bankers on here. You got John Deere. I mean, just think about how many chemicals a company like John Deere is using to manufacture in big agriculture and stuff like that. We've got defense contractors. Oh, hey, Norfolk Southern, the company that spilled all the shit in East Palestine. Yeah, look at this guy. He looks like the kind of guy that would be on the board of Norfolk Southern, don't you think? Let me just blow this bitch up real quick. Look at this. Look at Wesley. What a bitch. Okay. So Dow, I knew about Dow, but I didn't realize how connected they were until I made this chart. And just for shits and giggles, let's follow one of these connections. Let's follow, okay, so Wesley Bush on Northrop Grumman, we'll follow that connection. Although I guess we already know where Northrop Grumman's going to go. We already know about Northrop Grumman, but if we just follow that line straight over here, then boom, we're at Northrop Grumman. You know who else gets a lot of ties is IBM. So we'll follow this tie up to IBM. This woman's on the board of Northrop Grumman. She's also on the board of IBM. So we're tracing this line all the way up to the top. And we'll just play this game for just a few more minutes just because it's fun. Because we can. Because ain't no one going to tell us to stop. Boom, IBM. She's on the board of IBM too. Marianne, same chick. Look at that. So IBM, we're also now at IBM, we're at the top of the chart. There's nothing further up here at the top. And so all of these lines here are all connections just to the other companies that are on my chart so far. IBM is super tied in all over the place. Ties to Vanguard, ties to Saudi Aramco, ties to this guy on Dow Chemical and the Business Council, ties to this guy, the chairman and chief executive of IBM, also on Northrop Grumman. Where else we got? So we came over here because of this gal. But then we also got this dude here, Peter R. Voser, tied to Shell. That's tied to IBM, back to Shell. Right? So just all these things that you don't notice until you start drawing out these lines. But now let's talk about Zotis and let's talk about Estee Lauder before we wrap this baby up. Zotis is a really good example of a company that nobody knows about and nobody knows matters until you think about it. And then it's like, oh, obviously that matters, right? So what is Zotis? Actually, this is going to take us into big pharma inevitably. We'll have to do a little bit of Merck and Pfizer too on this. Actually, let's start at Pfizer. Is she on Pfizer's board? No? Well, we'll briefly just skim Pfizer here. So Pfizer's board, it's just worth noting that they got people like Ronald, bankers, Citi, UBS, etc. They've got Susan Desmond-Hellmann, who is the former CEO of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, on the board of Pfizer. They've got more bankers, and the Brookings Institute is one of those globalist organizations that we skipped over. They've got Scott Gottlieb, which is basically a CIA operative. Resilience is a CIA-backed organization that manufactured all of the genetic material for the shots for Moderna, resilience. That's a wild rabbit hole. Hell of a stumble. That was a big one that I went down for a long time there. This catalyst company, it's a funny rabbit hole. I'm not going to get into it right now. And then the CEO of Thomson Reuters, because, you know, you got to have the news on your side. So that's the board of Pfizer, right? And then briefly, the board of Merck, similar story. Merck has people like just for a second here, like just hold up and look, fucking what's like, yo, Stanford Business School. If you want to go to Stanford and get a graduate school business degree, you can damn well bet that you're going to get the Merck degree, because Merck be educating you. Good thing too, because they know what's up. I mean, if you're going to run a pharmaceutical company, you might as well have other pharmaceutical companies on your pharmaceutical company board, right? Obviously. Bankers. I mean, you got to have Google and YouTube on your team, because how else are you going to censor all the content telling people that big pharma is bad? Duh. So Mary Ellen Coe, if you're watching this, you know, feel free to cut the YouTube stream anytime. I understand. You're just doing your job. It's no big deal. Former CEO of Thomson Reuters on this one. So, you know, like Pfizer, you know, Pfizer's got them one up, because Pfizer's got the current CEO of Thomson Reuters. But hey, Merck has the former CEO of Thomson Reuters. Obviously, that's just a coincidence. I'm sure Thomson Reuters is a great news agency that only reports the facts. Clearly. Okay, more scientists. The Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, the National Academy of Medicine. I'm sure that I mean, obviously you want a bunch of pharmaceutical employees on the fucking National Academy of Medicine. Like, look at this guy. These guys are homies. They're both on the National Academy of Medicine. Damn straight. That's how you know it is such a national academy of such medicine, is because they've got pharmaceutical experts telling you all about the medicine. I can't think of anyone better, except for this guy, Paul Rothman. Look at him. Obviously, look at that face. That face just tells you I'm a health expert. You should listen to me. And you should listen to him if you attend Johns Hopkins University or the University of Iowa Carver College of Medicine, because he'll get you learned, because he's a professor. And he'll tell you all about how great Merck's products are. Obviously, like not sponsored, but sponsored, like branded content, but obviously like not hashtag ad, just like, yo, I'm an expert. I'm just pointing out how, okay, let's point it out one more time. Okay, Christine, remember, it's really important that everyone knows how great big pharma is. And like, if you wanted to like get a medical degree, it's really important that you get like learned by the experts. And there's obviously no other experts that know more than the ones that work for pharmaceutical companies, like Christine here. And so obviously, like, she should be on the National Academy of Medicine and teach at Harvard Medical School and Brigham and Women's Hospital, right? Because like, she works for Merck, and Merck is in the business of health, obviously. So I'm just saying. But they're also in the business of having the current CEO and president of Northrop Grumman, you know, like the one that makes all the bombs and like the planes and the tanks and stuff for the Army. They're also in the business of having her on the board, because she was done at General Dynamics, the other bomb company, and now she's at Northrop Grumman, the other bomb company. And that's how you know she's qualified to be on the board of the pharmaceutical company. Because like, obviously, like bombs and like shots and pharmaceuticals, like, I mean, like, obviously. So I'm just pointing that out there. Well, I mean, I don't want to skip over Inga here. Like, let's not skip over Inga and his Chevron position, because like, you know, big pharma and big oil, they gotta be homies too. So that's just a little look at the pharmaceutical space. But the part that you never talk about, you know, the pharmaceutical company that only the cool kids know about, is Zoetis. And Zoetis is so let's trace this back. Let's go back. We found out about Zoetis because we were finding out about BlackRock. And I was looking around BlackRock and I was like, okay, like, look at all these old folks. And then over here in the wildcard section, we got a bunch of young folks. I mean, I think Bill is probably just faking it. And Cheryl, she's just evil. We won't talk about Cheryl. But this Kristen Peck chick and this Margaret Peggy L. Johnson, they're like these dark horses that work for these companies I'd never heard of at the time. And like who are these folks? They're both CEOs and they both work for companies that like maybe they're not important, but I figured I'd look into them. And when you look into them, it's like, holy shit. We're not going to go into Peggy, but magically she's like in AI and like big data mass surveillance like technology. It's a whole rabbit hole. Like this chick is on some sketchy boards. Like they would be cool if it didn't sound like the end of the world. But Kristen here, she's the CEO of Zoetis, which is a livestock genetic vaccination and medical technology company. And then you think about it and you're like, oh shit, it's big pharma for big ag. It's the big ag, big pharma company. And fuck, that's a huge market. Think about it. Think about it. It's like the cows don't have any anti-vaxxers. They don't have RFK out in the streets being like, yo, make sure this is safe. They don't have a court where they're like, yo, maybe you shouldn't give them more medicine. Like, right? Like they're just getting dosed up left and right. They're getting shot full of steroids. They're getting shot full of antibiotics. They're getting fucking pharmaed to hell. And Zoetis is doing it. It's a pretty smart business model if you think about it. So here's Kristen Peck. And, she belongs here because she was on the board of Pfizer. She is on the board of BlackRock. And also at the Mayo Clinic, like the Mayo Clinic that educates everyone about health and about like how like obviously, and who better to be on the board of the Mayo Clinic than someone who's on the board of Pfizer. And I mean, not anymore, but she was, and the CEO of Zoetis, like clearly. And again, Business Roundtable, and again, Boston Consulting Group, and again, Catalyst. All those come up over and over and over. And that's a whole other rabbit hole. Look up Catalyst for yourself. It's weird. Then we got bankers. Oh, yeah. And then this guy, he is straight up education. Straight up education. The NIH, Purdue University, he's teaching over there. U.S. Department of Agriculture. And he's on the American Association of Veterinary Medical Colleges. So if you were wondering who's educating your veterinarians, it's the people that are dosing up all your animals with drugs. Funny how that works. I can't imagine a conflict of interest there. More bankers. More pharmaceutical people. This gal's just a chemical girl. She's just chemicals all over the place. Chemicals for your cows, chemicals for your babies, chemicals for your moms. They have the ex-CEO of Pfizer on Zoetis. They have two ex-CEOs of Pfizer. I guess, no, she's not the ex-CEO of Pfizer. She's just an ex-board member of Pfizer. But this guy's the ex-CEO of Pfizer. So Zoetis is really just like a Pfizer spinoff over here. And then they got the beer guy. I don't know why, but they got the beer guy. They got Gavin, who's the president and CEO of Molson Coors, formerly of Miller. Don't know why he's on the board of Zoetis, but he is. Oh, and then they got the food guy, because you got to have some cow drugs with your Ritz and your Oreos and your Chips Ahoy. So, just a little look into Zoetis, because you didn't know, but Zoetis is important. And now you know. And then lastly, let's go back to Estee Lauder. Because if you missed it at the start, we were quickly talking about Estee Lauder. And we got to Estee Lauder because we were at BlackRock. And I'm just going to throw it out there. We've made it this far in the stream without saying anything that's like really not allowed to be said. But I'm just going to throw it out there that BlackRock was founded by 5. There's only 3 of them, but it was founded by 5 of them. And I'm sure they're great people, but all 5 of them were very similar. And that's all I'm going to say. And I don't think they're all still there anymore. These 3 are. Susan, Robert, and Lawrence, Larry boy. But then on the board is Fabrizio Freda. And Fabrizio Freda is the president and CEO of Estee Lauder. And I'm like a dirtbag that doesn't know about the whole fashion industry at all. And so I actually did not know back when I first did this investigation. I did not even know what Estee Lauder was. And boy, did I find out. Estee Lauder is a fucking big ass criminal family made out of criminal louders that made all their money in really sketchy way. I mean, like obviously by selling like lotions and potions and stuff and not having any associations with the mob or anything like that. But Fabrizio is their front guy now, and they've got 4 of them on the board, along with the whole NATO. Like Ronald Lauder was literally the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense of NATO. Okay. And the former U.S. ambassador to Austria, not to mention he's, Wharton School again. Surprise. Aspen Institute, we already talked about that shit. They have this whole portfolio, which is too dark for you to read. And then William P. Lauder leads us down to ownership of Take-Two Interactive, which is like a whole umbrella company that owns Rockstar Games and 2K Games. So the Lauder family is in a large part in control of the entire the Bang 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 video games. Grand Theft Auto. They make Grand Theft Auto and BioShock and Civilization and NBA 2K, etc. But that was an interesting rabbit hole that I went down. William P. Lauder, Zelnick Media Capital, Take-Two Interactive, Rockstar Games. Okay, but on the Estee Lauder board of directors, we got all these people that aren't that important that seem kind of, especially this chick. This chick just feels like a fucking Jeffrey Epstein plant. She founded a modeling runway company, and she's like super young, and they like rent out like fancy clothes essentially all over the world. I don't know. It just screamed like sketchy to me, but maybe I'm just being paranoid. I don't know. But the most interesting part of the board, other than the Louders over here. Oh, snap. Okay, you can still see my screen. I just lost my screen. But the most interesting part of the board is Lynn Forrester de Rothschild, representing the Rothschild banking empire. Just one quick phone call away from BlackRock, because obviously she's good buddies with the Freda, who's good buddies with the Fink right over here. You see how these things work? I mean, I'm sure that they would never call. I'm sure that Larry Fink has no need to call the Rothschilds, obviously, ever. Like, he's got $10 trillion in assets under management. What could he possibly need from the Rothschilds other than maybe like help with like maybe some of their smuggling operations or other things that they are occasionally doing on the side that we talked about last week. But if you don't know, the Rothschilds are pretty important. And Lynn Forrester, they've got a partner with Bronfmans, who are pretty important. If you don't know, maybe read Whitney Webb's book. And it's a Rothschild. There's all kinds of connections to be made there. So yeah, this is just the kind of things that I just, diddle around for fun with. Because I figure like it's one thing to kind of analyze the numbers like we did at the start and to look at like sort of the data of it all and try to figure out who owns everything from that quantitative perspective. But in a lot of ways, it's like, it's not what you know, it's who you know. And we're talking about a system of all human connections and all favors and blackmails and phone calls and double dealings. And so it's really important, like when you want to know who's really got the power, I think you've got to study these people's lives, and you've got to study where they went to school and who they worked with and who they worked for and what favors they called in and what things were they involved with and like what kind of power and influence do they hold. And this is sort of how I approach starting to tackle that and map out their connections. Because if you were to just read BlackRock's board of directors bios without going beyond that, you probably wouldn't connect Fabrizio Freda to so much power when you could be looking at like the CEO of Saudi Aramco, who's clearly very powerful, or like Hans Vestberg, clearly very powerful, Verizon. But like Fabrizio Freda ties into so much power over there that you might not have realized if you didn't go and like check the links and see who's who. But then another even better example that I don't actually have on this chart, but I can tell you about, is Cheryl Mills, who seems like a nobody. You read her bio and you're like, who the fuck is the Black Ivy Group? But she was like the Clintons' like personal like gopher girl ever since I was born in 1992. And she's followed Hillary Clinton throughout multiple stages of her life and worked for her all throughout in Africa, outside of Africa, and she started this group called Black Ivy Group, which is a private equity firm that invests in infrastructure in Africa, obviously unrelated to the scandals about Hillary Clinton's charities and like missing children related to the charities and like the human trafficking things that obviously had nothing to do with Hillary, clearly. Because if you read the news reporting about it, they really clarify for you that like that was just some rogue issue that was like that one person probleming, like not Hillary, obviously. It's just her charity that she set up to run. Don't read the WikiLeaks emails. But like that's where like you would never realize that this random chick, Cheryl D. Mills, the founder of this random thing, Black Ivy Group, is important until you dig into her connections to Hillary Clinton. And then you start to trace that history backwards. And then you're like, oh, like, because sometimes people are not actually somewhere to represent themselves, right? Sometimes people are actually somewhere to represent someone else, right? Like, yeah, Fabrizio's like cool, I'm sure. Like, I'm sure Fabrizio's got clout, but he's on the board of BlackRock to represent the Louders, not to represent himself, right? And Lynn Forrester de Rothschild is on the board of Estee Lauder, not just like for shits and giggles, but to liaison between the Lauder empire and the Rothschild empire. And I would assume, based upon the power structures, I would assume that she is like there to tell them kind of what to do, would be my guess. Because it's hard to imagine the Louders having more power than the Rothschilds, but you get what I'm saying. Like a lot of these people are representatives. Oh, and here's a great example. Another one that we didn't talk about. Marco Antonio Slim Domit. This is the son of, is it Carlos Slim? I think his name is Carlos. Yeah, Carlos Slim Helú, who was once the richest man in the world. He's a Mexican billionaire. He represents a huge amount of the banking in Mexico and a bunch of the other corporations in Mexico. The Slim family is kind of notorious and a great dig if you don't know about the Slim family. But I'm just going to go out on a limb and presume that if you don't like, if you are the richest banker in Mexico, I'm just going to guess, like just a shot in the dark, that you probably know some cartels. Oh, like just guessing. I'm assuming that like you probably didn't get to the top of the Mexican banking empire on the straight and narrow. And I'm not saying Carlos is necessarily a bad dude. I'm just saying that like learn some history, bro. And this is his son, Marco Antonio Slim Domit. So obviously he's not on the board of BlackRock because Marco Antonio Slim is like so great. He's obviously on the board of BlackRock because he's representing the Slim Domit family and the monetary and power in our southern neighbor Mexico that represents, right? So that's kind of interesting. And when I'm doing this research, that's some of my favorite speculations to do, is to like read these people's bios and try to like see where they come from and who they're connected to, and try to like analyze, what does this seat represent? Because you don't just get the seat for nothing. You don't even just get the seat because of the skills you bring. At the level of like a company like BlackRock, you get the seat because of the powers you're there to represent, right? And so all of these people, like for example, Hans Vestberg, sure, he brings a lot to the table with Verizon, but I would imagine that he also represents a connection to the Wallenbergs, because he worked very closely with the Wallenbergs for decades as like a key member of Ericsson. I believe he was the CEO for many years, right? So there's a lot of hidden connections and hidden representation happening on these boards of directors at this higher level. At the lower level, like some of the smaller companies, like, I don't know, Starbucks, some of them are just shitbags that are just there to be part of the club. And they're like low level 1%ers or 0.01%ers that are just kind of like the new kids on the club block, so to speak, that haven't quite, done enough awful shit to like minors on video camera yet to be allowed into the real club, so to speak. I mean, that's obviously a joke. Like, obviously they would never, like, obviously they're good people. Duh. Right. And obviously, when they took down Jeffrey, like they obviously collapsed the whole child trafficking system. And so obviously that doesn't happen anywhere ever anymore. And all the people that were the clients, obviously, that we could never have brought to justice because we could never have known who they were. Because how would we have ever known who Jeffrey's clients were? Like, there was just no way for the American government to have any idea who the clients were. And so we couldn't have brought them to justice anyway. And obviously, now that we've collapsed the entire global network of human trafficking, obviously all of those people that were enjoying those evil things, they obviously just stopped enjoying them. And now they're spending their billions of dollars on other far more good things, right? Because they're better now. Because, like, you know, when you take away the drug addicts' drugs, they stop wanting drugs. That's how it works. Like, that's basically the whole 12 steps program. So I'm just saying that just to make it clear that, like, I'm sure that some of these people used to be bad, but now that we took down the entire evil global cabal of Jeffrey Epstein, like, obviously now there's not even any reason for any of them to do anything bad anymore. So obviously, I just wanted to clarify in case YouTube was going to get the wrong idea that I was somehow going to accuse people like, I don't know, like Citigroup of, like, I don't know, committing crimes or anything. Like, I mean, obviously they did get caught committing all of these crimes on this list that we did read through. Like, obviously they paid like hundreds of millions of dollars because they got caught committing those crimes, but like, that had nothing to do with them ever committing more crimes. Like, they would never. They would never. They're because we find the money, right? And so when you find the money, like if they make $1 billion selling drugs, and then you find them 5 million, like with an M, like, that's designed to teach them a lesson. And so they learn their lesson. And so next time they don't. So, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of corruption in our world, and yeah, there's a lot of issues and like a lot of bad people like Jeffrey and stuff. But like, it's a good thing we have all these good guys like Larry Fink out here to catch them and to like hold people accountable and to, like, quote, force behaviors so that way we can live in a better world tomorrow than we did yesterday. And I'm just really fortunate that we have companies like BlackRock out here, with people like Fabrizio and like Larry Fink, like, you know, people like Amin H. Nasser that are just like helping to push the envelope on what, like, potential possible goodness, like how much gooder could we possibly make the world? Because it's already so great for all of us regular people that it's just like, these guys really aren't on the cutting edge of goodering the world to just being a little more like perfect for all of us. So I just want to say that like BlackRock, if you're watching, like I'm open for sponsorship. I mean, like, just saying, I mean, like, I already said my price is basically chicken and a waffle. So just throwing it out there. If you want to like hook a brother up with like a sponsorship deal, I'm like pretty good at this. So, I don't know if you guys can hear or not, but my voice is almost gone. The sunshine is all gone. We're at about 50,000 homies in here chilling out. It's like 3 a.m. here in Japan, wherever I am. I don't even know what time it is over here. But I'm tired. And I think we've pretty much hashed it all out. No, Steven, I'm not selling out. Bro, you totally are. Gosh, you're clearly twisting my words, Steven. That's not what I said, bro. Bro, don't do that to me. What I'm doing is I'm just telling all the good dudes out there that I'm open to collaborating on their like world betterment projects, because like they're the ones that are putting it all on the line to make the world so much better. And like, I want to like help them make the world so much better, obviously. And so like, if they need help like smuggling drugs across the southern border to get everyone addicted to opioids, I'm here for it, because like pain is bad and they need to, or like if they need someone to help like launder, maybe I shouldn't say these on a YouTube stream, but I'm just saying like there's a lot of bad stuff in this world, and like we need all hands on deck helping all these great people make it better. That's what I'm saying. How come I don't talk about GameStop more on my TikTok? I don't talk about anything on my TikTok right now because I have one strike left before I'm gone. So I'm being super careful. But also I just intentionally, I don't want to overload all the normal people with GameStop talk and make them like I don't want to shill it unnecessarily, because I just want them to learn about it and understand that like that's our team, because I know it's going to become very relevant again sometime in the next couple of years. And when it does, I want them to just be prepared to not trust the media about it. Just kind of checking through these comments here at the end here. I'm just so glad that YouTube worked tonight. I'm curious what our stream did on YouTube. The YouTube is a much smaller platform. But you know, she growing. I can't see how many people are in the YouTube right now. But I'm mighty curious. Oh, there it is. How you guys doing over there? Yeah, we got a couple hundred of you watching on YouTube. I appreciate you guys. You're the best. Rumble still rolling? Yeah, we got several of you watching on Rumble. X is pulling it through for us, and the locals are already gone. So, no, you're the man. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna have any like clever like speech about unity or about like peace and love at the end of this stream tonight. I mean, I was just freestyling the last couple times, and like that's cool and all, but I'm more thinking about like how I can like grease my biscuits with chicken and waffles at this point, and like get some sort of hookup with like, you know, Citibank for like some chicken and waffles, because you know a kid's got to eat, and like who better to feed me than Citibank? So I think that's about all I got. Is if any of you know like the Citibank people, maybe put a word out for me and tell them that like I'm open to collaborating for chicken and waffles, and I swear I'll say nice things about them. I'm just saying. I mean, I feel like I said great things about them tonight, except for when I said all the other things about them. So, you know. All right, let's get our where's our thing at? Where's our thing at? Okay. So I appreciate you all tuning in. We are almost to 50,000. Maybe I should hang out just for a second while we get up to 50,000 while you homies get up in here. Yeah, I know you're all over there hanging out on Alex Jones's Twitter space, but you get the fuck out of there. No one cares about it. Just come on. Just come. Just swoop on in. I got some important stuff to say to you. Yeah, I haven't done the Rockefellers yet. Why am I in Japan? Of course I'm in. Why am I not in Japan? How am I going to talk shit about Citibank from America? Obviously, I move around every week, if you haven't noticed. It was great last week, though. All the people in New Zealand were like, hey, my New Zealander, how you doing? I didn't know you were in New Zealand. And I was like, yeah, not anymore, bitch, because now I'm in Singapore, bro. And now I'm in Japan, yo. Although, announcements, I already told the folks that were here early that I will actually be, for real, coming on to the Timcast later this week. And don't worry, we know about the Timcast. Like, love them, hate them, whatever you want to say about them. Like, we're playing chess out here. We're just out here talking to people. Just, you know, who's going to be the next POTUS? It's a good question. I don't know, man. It's going to be a crazy year, though. It's afternoon in Japan. Yeah, nice try. You can't psyop me, you dumbass. Of course it's not afternoon in Japan. What, you think I don't know? Look outside. It's clearly nighttime in Japan right now, bro. Gosh, can't believe you guys would fuck with me like that. Nice, whatever. You can't even start. Who funds Tim Pool? Dude, don't ask questions like that, bro. Don't even, bro. Come on. You ain't got to harsh on the homies like that. I mean, we only ask those questions when they're like, when we're supposed to, right? But on the real, man, I'll talk to anyone. I'm not stressed about it. I gain just as much from talking to that person as I do from talking to that person. And we'll see what happens. Besides, they're paying for my flight. The people I got connected to over there that I've been talking to, they seem super cool. I met them in the Twitter space. What are their names? I met Lisa and I met the dude, what's his name? He has a funny ass Twitter handle. I forget, but I'll meet them next week. So I don't know if I got the patience to sit around here and wait for 500 more of you to get in here. Because I got an outro to play and it's damn cool. If anyone has any more questions, drop them right now or forever hold your peace. $500. You know what we could do? Oh shit, you know what we could do, bro? Bro. Y'all ready for that special content? Y'all ready? I've been telling Gigi that she's gonna have to put out for the stream if she expects to keep getting fed the premium chicken. And she's like, bro, I'm not even like that kind of girl. And I'm like, this is America, baby. You got to show your feet or else you don't get to eat. Like, come on. And so she was like, okay. And she's been waiting here all night long to be a part of it. Can we want to come up and be part of the stream? Come on up, baby. Yeah, Gigi, tell the people how much you love it. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's the yes. Yeah, that's our chicken doggy just hanging out, just being our mascot. Okay. So, let me make sure, but I think next week we are not doing a Free Speech Friday because next week I'll be over where the bridge collapsed, flying on a Boeing plane to where the bridge collapsed to go talk to the Timcast. So there will be no Free Speech Friday next Friday. The Friday after that, I mean, I don't want to promise too much. Like, I don't want to get too hyped about it, but you might have heard about this famous FBI investigation into this famous satanic pedophile cult called the Finders. And if you haven't heard about it, maybe you should Google it. Or you could just chill and wait for me to do a whole Free Speech Friday live about it. Probably the Friday after next. Because I've been researching it for a little while now. It's been on the back burner for a long time, and I started digging through it. And it's just too much for me to have gotten it all ready for this Friday. So we're giving it the time that it deserves. But on the real, I think that I might. We'll see. I'll probably put out some polls on Twitter or something. But I think I can handle 2 of these streams a week as the upper limit right now. Because I don't have any help, remember. This is just me. All the notes are me. All the streaming is me. All the video production is me. All of it's just me. And that's how I like it. I don't want to deal with no shit. But I was thinking, we've got to have alliteration, bro. We can't, it's Free Speech Friday, bro. We can't have, Document Wednesday. That's fucking bullshit. So, I think what we're going to do, because Free Speech Friday just implies I want a free speech about whatever. I got free speech to do about everything. Obviously, we could just free speech about whatever's going on. There's so much more free speech that could happen other than reading classified CIA documents, which is a ton of fun. But it's not necessarily Free Speech Friday. Just that ring just goes real well with a slightly less structured expectation of what it'll be every week. So here, Paperwork Tuesday. Fuck no, bro. Here's what it is. You check it out. It's Top Secret Tuesdays, homie. It's got to be Top Secret Tuesdays because we're reading top secret documents every week. And there's literally infinite top secret documents. And I want to read them all because there's so many. I've got gobs and gobs and gobs of various declassified FBI documents, CIA reports, all kinds of things to dig through. And they're all juicy. So I'm scheming on doing Top Secret Tuesdays, which is basically what Dude, of course. Yeah, Moe's is tomorrow, bro. You didn't hear? Were you not in our Twitter space yesterday? We sorted it all out. Moe's is tomorrow. Wendigo. I know you've been asking. It's tomorrow. But anyways, Top Secret Tuesday is what we've been doing on Fridays so far. Reading all these documents, all that shit. And I think that way I can free up Free Speech Fridays to just be a little more like chill and a little more like, I mean, who knows what topics, like commenting on all kinds of things. Like maybe some of it will still be very like CIA related. Who knows? I mean, I'm obsessed with the CIA, and I think that everyone should learn more about the CIA because, like I was showing in the stream tonight, like this intelligence agencies are the base modus operandi for all government these days. It's like how everything functions, and their hands are in every pie. And if you don't understand how intelligence agencies work and the history of them, you don't understand what's going on. Like you don't understand the news. Like you definitely cannot report accurately on the news if you don't understand the history of intelligence agencies. Yeah, you're right. We got 50K in here. We got enough homies to call it quits. Okay, I'm out of here. Bye. I'm just playing. I'm going to finish my sentences first. But you got to, like, everyone should make it a like back in the mind train of thought to just be continually learning about the CIA, because like that undergirds everything. It undergirds the media, it undergirds reporting and news. It has like, it's the foundations of how governments interact with each other. It's literally like they are in our Twitter and Facebook feeds. They are in the YouTube comments. Like, I mean, they're not everywhere, but like they are in those places. And there are influencers in the online spaces that probably aren't like card carrying agents, but are affiliated or associated or approached. Like they are certainly influencing the online influencer space in probably many ways. And so it's just important to know as much as you can and be prepared to, you know, the way technology evolves is the exact same way that techniques evolve, and technology and technique evolve in tandem. And intelligence agencies are all about being ahead of that curve of technology and technique, to be constantly innovating, to be ahead of your opponents. And somewhere along the line, they realize that the citizens are their opponents because their job is to control the future, to, you know, prevent war, but like, you know, whatever actually they're trying to do. And they realized all the way back in the 60s and the 70s that like we are the opponents. The people that want less war, that's opposing to them. The people that want less foreign aid spending, that's opposing to them. So like you're currently on the chessboard in the internet space, and they are also on that chessboard doing operations. And we're on that. We're doing operations too. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. Like, we are out here playing games with them. Come at me, bro. But like, everyone should know their history of the CIA, is what I'm saying. And that is why they want to ban TikTok, because they've tried their hardest to control the narrative on there and they just cannot pull it off. So pull the plug. Should we all start prepping and getting trained to survive the apocalypse? Here's my take on that. It's pretty simple. It does not matter how prepped or how trained you are for the apocalypse if your body is not healthy. If you can't run, you're not prepped. If you can't be strong and fight to whatever your body's maximum ability is, reasonable, like, you're not prepped. So if you're not already healthy, you should get healthy for millions of reasons. Not to mention all the big pharma shit that we just talked about and how they're poisoning you and how then they're selling you drugs to fix the problems that they put. It's hard to be healthy these days, but everyone should do what they can to try their best to be healthy. That's how you prep. And then beyond that, yes, you know, like, learn to use guns, learn to hunt, learn to prep food, learn those skills too. But if you're not healthy, you're not prepped. That's my take. Yes, grow food. Health is wealth. You're goddamn right. So, sun's about to rise out here in Japan. Faux Peasy is shredded. Good job, Faux Peasy. I appreciate you. I got respect for anyone who's shredded. Nice fucking work. You know what I got, Faux Peasy? You know what I got? I have got a fucking banging outro. Peep it.
American conspiracy theories are dangerous.
Information is the oxygen of a democracy.
With Republicans, with progressives, with libertarians, because this is not about right and left. This is about right and wrong.
It's so sick that we can't talk about it.
It actually lifted up, and it could actually turn.
I'm gonna ask you to look away.
Legend has it that Christian Rosenkreuz drew his secret knowledge from the wisdom of the ancient Egyptians.
They estimated 100 yards from the left wing was this 100-foot disc.
You begin to get into this very scary scenario that has to do with the human condition of the proclivity to accumulate vast amounts of power around a handful of people. And right now, these misanthropic sociopaths are running the planet into the ground.
Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds.
There's so much evidence out there that even if less than 1% is true, that would be enough to collapse the current paradigm and change the whole planet. Our security is at stake.
All right, homies. Y'all have a great night. Drink some water. Do something nice for someone else tomorrow. And I will see you all not next week. Well, I'll probably see you next week too. Not next Friday, though. But I'll be back the next Friday for Free Speech Fridays. Have a good night. And peep the disclaimer on the way out, all of you YouTube censors out there, because I'm a good boy and I would never spread misinformation. All 4 hours were just jokes. Okay?